but I'm still a king. I just need my amigos in the meantime. 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 I'm laying down the gauntlet. I'm tired of watching culture vultures turn a profit while the real ones never charted. Little buddy, run your pockets. I want your platform and your wallet and your followers and your market. I should stop it. I'll be bitter cause this time is ticking. And these songs ain't hitting. I know they hits, but I can't get these folk to pay attention. Baby, cause my skin is black and I ignore the fitness. Baby, it's in this time and boys up whining, hate the scriptures. I get offended in the absence of contentment. My resentment being sending out the message that I lived in. Baby, I just need a minute for my methods, make a menace. In battles with my sin and going back and forth like cannons. Like boy, I need my chips, yeah. Maybe just repent while I rap a level up. You gotta go and act like this. Just because I got the victory don't mean you don't exist. Living water in your goblet can go ahead and take a sip. I was satisfied till I saw my Twitter verified. While the other side probably searching for the paradise. What I realized, numbers be a never in the fight. But if I chase my purpose, boy, I never be denied, yeah. Pressing towards the mark, steady moving toward the prize, yeah. Keep my eyes on the truth while I'm ducking all the lies, yeah. Keep my head low, staying focused, words for the wise, killing off the villain whenever I hear him cry. Nobody better make a sound. I need everything. Somewhere I fell and lost my crown, but I'm still a king. I just need my amigos in the meantime. 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 Somewhere I fell and lost my crown, but I'm still a king. I just need my amigos in the meantime. I just need my amigos in the meantime. I just need my amigos in the meantime. I just need you know, but get out!
I can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more. I can't hold it back no more. Yeah, know you got a lot to give. Yeah, I've been on the longest trip. I know I did you wrong, I did. Try to get along, I did. I wanna lie. Are you ready to die? Got me like bye. Oh, I can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back.
Stuck too long in this traffic, yeah. All these people fake, yeah, they plastic, yeah. Now I feel like Shaq with the magic, yeah. Now I feel like Messi with the hat trick. I've been waiting now for this too dang long. You ain't know me back then, please don't ever hit my phone. I don't sign no merch, I need my name up in that stone. I've been on the road, I swear I do not got a home, yeah. I can't let it go when a moment passes, yeah. Guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more.
Goes up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pick a team, little homie, win a place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
T-Vision with the optics. Boy, I'm making magic when I'm looking down the scope. Y'all boys acting out of pocket. I be in the cockpit, flying over coast. Sell your soul for the profit. Instagram likes, clicks on the video. You can miss me with the gossip. All that clap trap, you can leave it at the door. Meet me in the end zone. She didn't want a friend zone. Now I got a dime like woo. Me and my kinfolk, get it like tenfold. We ain't got no words, no. Timmy, he don't need a limelight. He wants you to find Christ, he give you divine sight. Whoa. 2020 hindsight, pull me up the sideline. Now I'm making highlights. Woo.
No way, no way. Goes up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pick a team, little homie, no place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way. My team don't know what the beat is. When you see me flexing with the dubs on swole. Now I see these rappers wanna be friends. All up in my inbox, steady blowing up my phone. Boy, Ben Wallace with the defense. Blocking up the boards, but I gritted up the throat. You know it's street light season. Nothing they can do to stop us reaching all our goals. I step into the goal line, praise to the most high. Watch me hit the vote like only got the gang as a cosign. White that is so fine, know I'm about to kiss it like Boy, I'm Chef Rizzy with the sauce store. Got it on a boat like I'm Costco. Know I got a condo in the gospel. Team strong, everybody hot show. Trying to get some queso with these nachos.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself. I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy. I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Rams, hey. The way I handle these fans, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. get it. I reinvest, stack and put it back in it. Rap spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you, man, really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, would you really dumb if you spend all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work? Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you, the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rap spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you, man, really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, would you really dumb if you spend all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work? Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you, the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Welcome back to another great action of gameplay for eFIBA Season 3. We just saw such great, tremendous matchup between New Zealand taking on Guam, and we now welcome you to the Asia version of things here. V, give me the breakdown on your thoughts on the first doubleheader.
Well, look, man, eFIBA Season 3 bringing all the world together from across the globe and looking closer at Asia. We've had quite the action actually yesterday happening within the group. We'll break it down in more detail soon. Before that, though, very quickly, if anyone is tuning in just now, I want to recap the fact that 62 nations have joined this time around from across the globe. So we've divided them into regions just to avoid any problems. You know, the players are playing from the comfort of their home, so internet lag and latency can be a factor in these things. So we have North America, South America, Europe, Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Oceania, all as a separate region. And some of them already have crowned their winners. So let's have a look at Middle East first.
Well, in the Middle East, as you mentioned, you've got the green font, and that's because Saudi Arabia has punched their ticket to the Philippines in the World Cup finals in December. Of course, they were defeated by Lebanon last year, but they go ahead and got their revenge, and they go ahead and advance as we go ahead and take a look at the region that we will be concentrating on here today to crown a champion, and that's going to be Asia. You mentioned the Philippines, Indonesia. That's a fun little rivalry. They've also got Thailand and Mongolia. They're going to try to go ahead and upset a couple of these countries.
Yeah, a couple of other countries were also in the mix, but unfortunately, they didn't make it through the pre-qualifying round. So shout out to India, Macau, Kazakhstan, and Malaysia. One more region that we just covered is Oceania. From Oceania, we had Guam and New Zealand out in a best-of-3 grand finals moments ago, where New Zealand was able to secure themselves a slot in the World Finals that's going to be happening in December, and making sure to do that in a very comfortable 2-0 fashion.
And now we go ahead and head to the nation where, you know, or I guess the continent in terms of region-wise, North America, where the sun's going to rise here in about an hour or so, and that's going to be North America. You've got a couple of countries that were eliminated in Puerto Rico and Guatemala, but still remains of Cayman Islands. And you've got Dominican Republic, Mexico, and the United States of America as well. The defending champions of eFIBA Season 2 coming into Season 3. So that'll be a fun matchup. And then we go down to South America, where it's always a bit of a back and forth between Argentina and Brazil. But you got to keep an eye on Uruguay and Venezuela, because they can go ahead and make some noise there as well. We'll go ahead. Well, you know, it should be a fun little matchup between these teams. Any like one that you're leaning towards?
I actually want to keep my eye out for Uruguay. I remember those guys were playing up close and personal. They love a good fight under the rim, so I'm pretty sure we'll get to see more of that. That being said, though, we still have one more big region to cover, and that is Europe. A total of 22 countries participating, and the ones that made it through are Belgium, Croatia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland, and Spain, as well as Hungary, Israel, Italy, Turkey, Poland, Sweden, Portugal, and none other than Serbia. And I mean, there's just so many contenders for the title in this group.
Oh, indeed. And of course, your favorites are going to come into this one is Turkey and France, just because of the success that they saw last time. But keep an eye on Great Britain and Spain, as they can go ahead and make some noise. But of course, you've got some underdogs of Portugal looking to, you know, upset a couple of these countries as well. Now we go ahead and go to the final region that we'll cover, and that's got to be Africa. As V mentioned, the countries that are kind of grayed out, they have been eliminated already, but you still have 6 countries that remain: Egypt, Nigeria, Morocco, Benin, Algeria, and Ivory Coast as well. From this one, to me, you have Ivory Coast that I know has made some noise in the past, but Morocco to me is a favorite one to come out of here.
Yeah, and who can forget the huge amount of support that Egypt gets as well? Fans also bring you a long way and are a key part to your success. So make sure that you show support on all the streams to your favorite nation whenever you are watching us. Having said all that, let's just remind quickly everyone, what is all the BAM about? Excuse me. Skipped the talents there. None other than Vince and Chris is our duo partners in crime, but of course myself and India today on your screens.
Yeah, it should be a fun one to call these broadcasts. We appreciate you guys for always tuning in, and it's always good to kind of get different personalities, different insights, different broadcasting styles as well. But that's all right. I'll go ahead and tee you back up. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the prize pool.
There we go. I'm just so keen always on jumping to conclusions, I suppose, that I went straight for the prizes. So the teams
blame it on the cat.
Yeah, blaming it on the cat. All the regions are fighting for a slot at the World Finals. So you're gonna have your respective winners from each region claiming their place at the World Finals that are gonna take place over in Philippines on the 11th and 12th of December. Now, as you can see, 2 countries already have crowned themselves champions within their respective regions, and that is Saudi Arabia and New Zealand. So it is guaranteed that those countries are going to be seen in Philippines on the 11th and 12th. Actually, because Europe is such a big region, we're going to have 2 teams coming out of Europe that are going to head over to Philippines. And of course, not only bragging rights will be given over to the winners as the world champions, but also a chunk of that $50,000 prize pool.
Yeah, it's a pretty big penny to be given away, especially if you're playing video games. Of course, that'll be exciting to see. And look, we want you guys to go ahead and be a part of the broadcast as well. So, if you have some cool little highlights, if you want us to see your setup and where you're watching from, representing your nation, representing your country, make sure you use the hashtag eFIBAS3. And we'd love to have you be part of the broadcast. You can tag us as well. Our socials channels are there. You can also tag our actual eFIBA socials indeed. But now look, I know you and Vince had a little too much fun yesterday, so we can go ahead and talk about what happened in the action and see what happened in round number 1 and round number 2 as well, to see how the countries that were eliminated got there, but more importantly, how the teams that advanced got here as well. And you can see Indonesia went ahead and secured a couple of dubs against Mongolia, as did the Philippines against Thailand. What are you seeing in round 2 there?
Yeah, for round 2, Indonesia went up against Thailand and was actually a quite decisive affair in favor of Indonesia. However, then we saw a match between Mongolia and Philippines, and Mongolia were so close to close it out in the series between the two. They lost only by a margin of 7 points. And so we're going to kick things off today with Thailand versus Mongolia as round number 3 begins. And then we'll proceed with the game between Indonesia and Philippines, and of course the grand final at the end of it all. Looking at the head-to-head as we jump in close to jumping into the first match. On the left-hand side, you're going to see Thailand, and representing Thailand is Never Broke Again, Kyle 1 of 1, Neo Rachata, and the man with the longest nickname I've seen so far, 𝐂𝐿 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂 𝐕. There we go. That's a mouthful.
I'm sorry. I think you skipped a little bit. Would you mind repeating that one again?
Oh, there we go. Quick recap.
I love it. But of course, just a reminder for the folks, since we've got so many matchups, we are going to go back to back. So it's going to be a jam-packed day, a lot of action to come through. And on the other side, you do have the Mongolian team. So a lot of exciting things, a lot of exciting players to keep an eye on. For me, it's going to be Khan to see what type of performance we can get from them. But, it's always a different play style. It's always a different type of gameplay that you can expect as they go ahead and load up the cameras. All right, your cameras are working. Would you ever stand and play as he's looking to do right now?
Hey, whatever suits you best, like if you feel comfortable standing and it helps you to get locked in for the match for sure. But I also wanted to mention and give a shout out to Sam Nation. He was actually one of the key players behind the success of Mongolia yesterday, making sure to score himself as well as set up crazy plays both for 𝐂𝐄𝐄 and 𝐂𝐄. They do love to play from the deep corners, heading straight for the basket, and just a sharp pass follows from Sam Nation. So expect to see more of that out of the squad of Mongolia. And we spoke with both sides yesterday as well. And I want to say that shout out actually to both teams. One of the key things that we noticed on the cast, and they confirmed as well, is like both teams are keeping good vibes all around. So they're just making sure that even if the one or the other is losing, you can see smiles on their faces and the guys are keeping up a good vibe.
And of course, we'll get that matchup here for you momentarily as well. Yeah, for me, if I'm trying to stay locked in, there's no way I'm standing up. There's just no way. I gotta sit down. I gotta be the meme. You know what I mean? But I will say this: maybe one of these nights, I've got a standing desk, so maybe I'll just have to switch my setup a little bit so that I can walk and commentate. You know what I mean? Get my steps in. I'd have a 6-pack by the time this broadcast ends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. One thing to elaborate quickly as well as we're transitioning into the game is that this is a best of 2 series. So that means that whoever comes out on top in terms of most points scored in a 2-game series is the team that is going to be declared winners. So every single basket matters, India.
Well, it'll be a lot of fun as we go ahead and tip things off here in just a couple of minutes. Things to keep an eye on, of course, as always, no matter what matchup it's going to be, is the points off turnovers and also second chance opportunities as well as we go ahead and get tipped off in round number 3 for the Asia region.
Yeah, Mongolia is the team with the possession, goes for instant far 3-pointer. That doesn't go through, unfortunately, but the eagerness is there from the get-go for Mongolians. And they yesterday were quite aware of the things that they were lacking, so I'm sure they've had a good chance to recover and talk things over. That being said, though, Thailand is the team to open things up with a 2-pointer of their own.
Of course, you've got Mongolia, as you guys notice at the top right side. You've got the jerseys, and not just that, but you've got the flag behind them as well. So great pride coming in from Mongolia. We'll see if that translates to some great gameplay here in this matchup tonight. Of course, they have to go ahead and perform well if they want a chance to go ahead and play in the grand final. So a lot of things, a lot of pressure in the next 2 games and the next 8 quarters for both of these nations.
Yeah, never broke again, though. Met with vigorous defense, despite the fact he gets the 3, a far 3-pointer, extending that lead ever so further. So for Mongolia, slightly on the back foot, but nothing out of the realm of possibility. A sharp pass over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄, who makes sure he gets it.
Quick little lead here for Thailand. All right, let's see what you got.
Yeah, Thailand love to hold on to the ball and make sure they find the opportunity they feel comfortable with, and only then go for the basket, bringing it back to a +5 situation. Whereas Sam Nation says, what you can do, I can do better, though Armune steps in and makes sure the ball finds the hoop.
Yeah, great way to go ahead and get the positioning inside as you kind of cut off any opportunities to get blocked. And if they do try to block from behind, usually 2K will go ahead and grant you a 2 free throw shots. 7 points so far, all from the guard for Thailand.
Kyle the man to set the motion in play. Looking for a fast open pass. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 with a 3, not going to be good. You often find 𝐂𝐄𝐄 playing in those corners and finds slightly more success. But what defense? 3 people instantly going for the ball.
Yeah, I went ahead and got that swatted away because you had the right corner that went ahead and dropped. So look, hindsight 2020, maybe, but you had the right corner open forward to 3. Instead, it's a blocked and a missed opportunity. But see if they're able to go ahead and capitalize with 10 seconds left.
Ooh, it looks like Sam is going to be left open to make a play. Passes it over Armune, secures it.
Is that the first alley of the night?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing one in the other matchup, which is surprising because,
Well, it's not for lack of opportunity, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, great defense.
Absolutely, and a turnover on turnover. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 with the ball. Gives it back out to Never Broke again. They want to play this one out. Never Broke again finds himself with an opening to the net, but beautiful defense yet again. Ball still in possession for Thailand. Far two-pointer rattles out, and the rebound is good, I would want to say, for Mongolia, but that was a risky pass.
Get that one on the foul side. And, you know, you're seeing some rotations come in. I expect more point guards to go and start dotting up those corners and take advantage of the drops coming in a bit prematurely, but a lot of turnovers, a lot of careless ones as well so far by both of these teams. We're less than 2 minutes left in the first quarter.
Yeah, and I would say comparatively to yesterday, a lot more of them from the very get-go between these two. That was a beautiful dunk, though. Little two backhander.
They're going to go ahead and call a timeout. Hope it's not for tech difficulties, and just to kind of talk things over with a minute 41 left in the first quarter. As this Thailand was a 9-6 lead over Mongolia here in round number 3 for the Asia qualifiers.
Slightly less than 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, and both of these teams, of course, would like to finish off the quarter on a positive note, just to carry that momentum over into the next. And the one to set things in motion for Mongolia. Back over to Sam Nation. Sam Nation finds himself wide open. Instead of closes the gap to the net, passes over to Armune. He was successful before and finds consecutive success yet again from up close.
Tried to take a charge there, wasn't successful as he kind of sidestepped him a little bit. Never Broke again. Looks like a contested shot. Coverage is open, but he can't connect on it.
Well, Never Broke again does manage to finish things off with a beautiful two-pointer. The net didn't even move on that one as the ball now finds 𝐂𝐄. 𝐂𝐄, also a shout out to him. He's a very versatile player. Yesterday he was putting up shots from literally every single corner of the court. So he can play up close, far, dunk it, you name it, he can do it. Let's see what can Thailand offer for us yet as another offensive play for them. Never Broke again. Beautiful dribble around. Catches the defense sleeping.
Great job there to find a way to kind of fake it to the outside, but cut right back to the left. A little bit of a around the world or on the free throw area to get that dunk.
Sam Nation pump fakes it for a second. Back over to 𝐂𝐄. Has a friend open to the right-hand side corner if he wants to. Instead goes for the play. The defense is good. And Rachata is going to hand it over to Never Broke again as the rhythm was slightly broken for him.
Last time out here, he went ahead and got a bit of a spin around for the dunk. Now he calls his own teammate's number for the cut. Great decision to not force up a shot.
Never Broke again. A couple of seconds left to shoot. You have to go for the play. Goes for the three. It's good. It's green. It counts. And now only trailing by 5 with a few seconds remaining. I would say, despite the outcome of first quarter, Mongolia has to be feeling the pressure.
Great shot there. Did that one count, though? 16-11 was the score. It's 16-14, so that one did count indeed as they cut the deficit down to 2 to start the second quarter.
What a note to finish off as well. That has to feel not good if you're Thailand. Having said that, though, very quick start from them as per usual. Just a few seconds into the second quarter already getting those first few points in. Sam Nation felt like he's looking for a screen setup. Instead, it was an alley-oop attempt.
Great job of the defense there for kind of having 2 defenders inside the paint to disrupt that one. As we look for more players to get involved on the Thailand side.
And Never Broke again. I mean, the man really loves his dribble moves. Finds an opening on his teammate. He was ready for it way ages ago. And, of course, makes it count with the green.
Those dribble moves is what kind of made that move possible, though, right? Because you had the defense that collapsed because of those dribble moves that made it look like he was open. And then you had the left hash that kind of pinched a little bit too hard. And that's why his man was wide open. So great job using the dribble moves to not just try to get yourself open, but get your teammates open as well because the defenders are worried for you.
Yeah, and, you know, having these different kind of outcomes for the plays off the back of those dribble moves really sets up Thailand for success in the sense that it has to keep Mongolia guessing what's about to follow. It's hard to predict at that stage. And looking to close things out, having trouble to control the ball, gives it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄 with 12 seconds on the shot clock. Looking for that opening, screen is there, pass available. Tries to go for it, but straight into the hands of defense, and that is a turnover.
Never broke again. Trying to find a little bit of space. They're playing a 5-out defense, 5-out offense, excuse me. Great pinch, great cut, great slam.
Yeah, they love those cuts on both sides for sure. But Mongolia have a growing problem right now, and that is the point deficit that they are in. Or rather, I should say Thailand, the lead that they are building. 𝐴𝐷 was open for a shot for a second there. Still opts in to play this one out to the fullest. 5 seconds on the clock. Sam Nation pulls up for a 3. It's good. From my eyes, it looked perhaps it could have been slightly short.
It's a beautiful screen, though. You had, I think he was at the top of the key. Then you had a screen that was set near the right hash, which led him to be open. A couple of open opportunities, but great job by them to go and convert on that one. Now you got to go and get a defensive stop. About 2:30 left in the second.
Ooh, nice attempt from Kyle, though. Had to go for the shot. The clock was running down. No real choice on the matter there. Sam Nation, though, finds himself open, goes for a beautiful three-pointer. Felt like that should have gone through, but 𝐴𝐷 is there with the rebound. Personal foul, of course, called as Rachata leans in a bit too vigorously.
Great job to try to find yourself on the open side on the left. He's looking for a little bit more space on the fadeaway opportunities. Finds a teammate at the top of the key as they go for an easy 2. Not going to convert, but another great second chance opportunity offensive board there by Mongolia.
Absolutely. It's like back-to-back second chances for them. Sam Nation, yet again, the clock's being run down. He can't find an open shot. Goes for a contested one. 𝐴𝐷 again with a rebound. The man is an absolute monster with rebounds.
See if they're able to close out the second quarter strong here. They've been able to put together a couple of buckets to get into the deficit, but we'll see how the second quarter closes.
Mongolia needs to find 6 to even it out. Almost lose the ball on the midcourt line. 𝐴𝐷 there to pick up the ball, bouncing around. Sam Nation, beautiful drive and a slam dunk on top. 4 points between the two teams as Mongolia starts to close in on Thailand, and Thailand must be feeling the heat right now as Never Broke again, of course, on fire in this match. Finds a super sharp pass over to Kyle. Kyle, right place, right time, right play made.
And what's beautiful about that one is you had the center that went to the right hash to set a pick to allow for that cut to happen. You had a little bit of congestion in that middle lane, but ultimately they got the open man down low.
Back over to Sam Nation. 15 seconds on the clock. Waits a few. Tries to fake out the ball. Gives it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 with a three-pointer. It's green. And now it's a three-point game between the two. What started off strong for Thailand very quickly has turned around on them. They really need to start to think about their defensive work. And also on the offense, they've had their fair share of success, but these last few possessions really haven't paid that much in dividends. Well, and as I say that, he finds a wide open lane for himself. Of course, takes that any time of the day.
But, great job by Mongolia for staying in. Okay, all right. I'm about to compliment you. Don't throw some crazy stuff now. But they, did a great job keeping themselves in this game. They were down by maybe 7 or 10 or so, but didn't really panic, right? They made sure they got the right selections on the offensive side, and they got the right rotation on the defensive side as well. So they were keeping themselves in this one, but let's see if they can close out with a stop with 10 left in the second.
Yeah, and Thailand just wants to run down the clock here. They have one final attempt, one final say before halftime to give food for thought for Mongolia. Unsuccessful, though, as we approach the halftime and have a quick look back how things progressed throughout the first half in that alley-oop. That was a beautiful way to open things up nice and early for Mongolia. And I love the pace from both teams.
I was just about to talk about the pace as well. They've kind of owned it, though, right? It's not like they're trying to play each other's game. This is genuinely what their own gameplay is, and it's working out well for them. And, I'll give kudos again to Mongolia. Things weren't looking too pretty for them early on, but they stayed calm, they stayed collected, and they were able to keep themselves in this one.
And that's very important in these situations when you're trailing, right? Like you need to make sure you are not getting in your face and giving room for, rather leaving room for clear train of thought. Having said that, though, Thailand, of course, on the, I would say, rather receiving end of the battering currently, as yet another interception goes through for Mongolia. Sam Nation will be stopped near the midcourt line. Screen set up for him. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 chooses to use it. Pass over to N. Wide open for three. Doesn't go for it. Back over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄. 10 seconds on the clock. Hands it out to Sam Nation. Armune. And try and go for a breakaway play here. Instead, find Sam Nation open. And the defense can do nothing about it.
Great patience there to not force up a shot that would be contested from the right side. But I will say in that left corner, it looked like the man was open for a three. But look, can't complain. Mongolia gets the lead for the first time in the second half. Let's see if they're able to keep it. So far, looking pretty as they get the defensive rebound secured.
Yeah, 𝐂𝐄𝐄 with a three-pointer wasn't really that successful. But that is the typical position where he shoots from. So be sure he'll get more opportunities like that in the near future. Sam Nation, though, on the other hand, will find another slam dunk, and Mongolia now taking the lead by 3 points.
So we know how Mongolia goes ahead and responds when they're down. Now it's time to see how Thailand is going to go and respond when they're facing a deficit. Again, plenty of basketball left, plenty of time left. Another steal by Mongolia as they look to extend the lead.
Yeah, an absolute monster of a game for Mongolia right now. Coming back from a near 10-point deficit, now overtaking the lead and continuing to building upon that momentum. And rightly so, of course, a timeout is called because Thailand needs a breather and they need a quick reset to come back into this. Never Broke again previously found a lot of success with his dribble skills, so we need to see more of that. Having said that, he finds an opening, has to shoot it back out over to 𝐂𝐄. Never Broke again in the paint.
That's got to be a violation, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 3-second one.
So a lot of great passes, but just to the wrong person, right? I like the idea. I think that you had the left corner open, but he passes to the right hash. The right hash didn't know what to do. The person in the paint was waiting for the ball. By the time he tried to get out, it was a three in the key. So, you know, Thailand just kind of having a bit of confusion all around the board. They just got to collect together. And we talked about in the New Zealand and Guam game about how you got to use timeouts to kill the momentum. Thailand has done that so far, but now you got to execute on the court as well.
Absolutely. And 𝐂𝐄, a mistake in the defense, and he uses that to his advantage, quickly finds way to the net. And Thailand, again, they need to make sure that actually Thailand doesn't overplay their hand. See, there was an opening. Now he goes for it as he makes sure to score the two, and that must feel like a sigh of relief if you're Thailand.
Yeah, you just got to get some buckets, get your confidence back, get your boost up going as well so you can go to knock down the shots a little bit easier.
𝐂𝐄, though, on the three-point line will be fouled against. Still plenty of time for Mongolia to play this one out. And passes over to Sam Nation. Sam Nation covered well. That being said, though, 𝐂𝐄 will find a three-pointer again. And Mongolia now up by 8.
That's a deep three as well. I wasn't sure if he was going to take it, but he took it with confidence and knocked it down as well. Beautiful dot to the left side. Can't connect, though.
Now, second time for 𝐂𝐄 that ball just goes slightly too far and hits the outer rim. Sam Nation with a quick response. Alley-oop attempt not good enough. 𝐂𝐄, though, with the rebound, passes over to Armune. 𝐂𝐄 there available as well. Sam Nation wide open, but that would be a crazy far three-pointer if he would have taken the shot there. 2 seconds, though, has to give it over. 𝐂𝐄 goes up, and unfortunately, ball goes out of bounds. However, stays in the hands of Mongolia.
There's no way you can give up that shot. I understand. Like, there's just no way.
Right.
You cannot give up that shot.
Absolutely.
0.9 seconds on the inbound play? Come on, bro.
Well, as we are approaching the end of the third quarter, what started off, I would say, on a very nice note for Thailand. They find themselves on the back foot, struggling to find points, and actually an answer to this defense from Mongolia. They've had quite a few turnovers, lack of steals.
See if they're able to go ahead and get things back in a swing and cut into the deficit here. Looking to play that 5-out offense again. You can see the defense trying to figure out what their rotations are going to look like. A bit of miscommunication, and they make them pay as they go ahead and bury the three.
The fee is 3 points, and I feel like that is going to be a repeating theme now for Thailand. As they do manage to get a steal in as well. Beautiful job from Kyle. Ball passed quickly over to Never Broke again. He finds himself wide open, goes for the lane play, and of course makes it count. I think it was an and one on top as well, right?
Yeah, indeed it was. You can see them trying to get some momentum back into their favor as they knock down the free throw. Down by 5 now. About 30 seconds left in this one. A little too quick to get a 2-for-1, especially when you're getting harassed going up the court. But they do a great... Oh, beautiful cut. Beautiful play. Beautiful slam.
These cuts into the defense seems to be a weakness that Mongolia, of course, will continue to exploit further on should they need it. Having said that, though, I feel like the momentum just now still is enough. Despite those quick buckets Thailand was able to put up. And as I say that, though, Thailand again find a wide open lane. This is becoming an issue.
Yeah, the right corner tried to go and help on the 5-out offense of a drive, but just came over a little bit too late. But they gave up the 3. They gave up the 2, looking to get the 3 back, and they couldn't. But that's going to be the end of the third quarter, as it's Mongolia that continues to maintain their lead at the score of 46-39. 5 minutes left in this first matchup of round 3.
And Mongolia absolutely showing why the Philippines casters actually were so surprised about their performance against Philippines, making it really close between the two, as Mongolia is actually quite a fresh roster brought together. They said it themselves, they haven't really had the opportunity to spend that much time together, and they're actually have gone to play together from Korea right now. So they've gone and made sure they get the best possible connections in order to find the most amount of success, and success has found them indeed, as they still are in the lead by 9. Ball, though, in the hands of Thailand, and Never Broke again. Man, this is what, like the 3rd time in a row he finds himself open to the net?
The rotations are just a little bit late. I know they got a block the last time down, but this time it just wasn't there, and he's able to capitalize on him.
Well, this is exactly what we've been rambling about. Like, whenever a free opportunity presents itself, it's yours to take, right? And of course, Never Broke again is going to use that always, as Khan tries to go for a layup, doesn't make it. 𝐂𝐄, though, makes the 3 count, and it's good. 51-42, 3 minutes and 50 seconds still remaining. So plenty of time for Thailand to come back into this, but they just need to continue on that scoring department. 3rd time's the charm. No, it's not. Ratchata with the rebound himself as well. Kyle to correct the error. Also doesn't find success. A very far pass over to N, though. Could have gone for it. Now the defense is all over him as Sam Nation forced to play this one out. Over to Khan, wide open for 3. Not good.
Yeah, miscommunication there on the defensive side by Thailand, but Mongolia is not able to make them pay. Now, when you come out on this 5-out offense, right, you're looking for the easy 2, but sometimes you need to find those 3-point shots as well, especially because there's not a lot of time. 3 minutes left. He takes another contested one that's going to rim to the right side.
Yeah, but it feels like this last minute has been just about scoring for both sides. Everyone just feels like their hand is forced to go for a play when you still have time to set yourself up for success. Screen set up for Sam Nation if he chooses to go for it. Does find it. Alley-oop. It's good this time, and a second one for Mongolia to go through.
See if Never Broke again is able to... Oh, that one's a mid... Oh, my goodness. Looks like that was going to be a foul call, but it was bruised off of the knee, and they go and get the steal, and we go the other way, and that's a timeout to kill the momentum. 2:37 left to go. 13-point lead for Mongolia in this game 1 of round 3 in this matchup.
I mean, and that play has to sting if you are Thailand, right? Like, losing the ball like that and being punished for it on top of it, there's no way around it. You have to look the reality in eyes and face the fact that it looks like Mongolia's pace is just slightly faster in this first game of round number 3.
I know you just got pinged, but you've got Never Broke again. That's looking to come up the court here, trying to make something happen. Gets a foul call, 2:13 left to go. See if there's a miracle brewing for them to come back.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen. Still 2 minutes on the clock. Never Broke again goes for the play, makes it happen as well, and makes it count. So Thailand not out of this just yet. And same goes for Mongolia. They need to make sure they extend that lead as much as possible. You know, this being a best of two, the point differential is the name of the game these teams are playing for. In the best of two series, the team who scores the most amount of points in both games counted together is going to be considered winner. Is it a far two-pointer? That is good. Or yeah, that was two, right? No, or three. I missed it. I'm sorry. Nonetheless, though, was a far shot.
I mean, it's especially like you mentioned, right? The points matter so much that you got to go ahead and just capitalize on them. I understand you got the win, but you got to go ahead and pile it on as much as possible. If you're Thailand, I know you're going to lose no matter what, but you got to keep the score closer as well. So you want to limit the threes that you give up and, you know, sacrifice on the defensive side. Oh, see right there. Had the two, chucked it out for a three. Don't go ahead anything.
Well, at least they make this one count at the end of it all. A minute and 15 on the clock, though, and so Thailand is slowly starting to run out of options, as now Mongolia probably will be looking to make these plays as long as possible just to run down the clock and secure themselves the dub. You can see an absolute traffic jam at the top of the key is Sam Nation holding on to the ball. Nice interception, though. Beautiful steal mid-air. Never broke again. Has the ball, can go for a fast play together with Rachat. Rachat under the net, looking for that rebound. No shot just yet, as Never Broke again back on the three-point line. Goes for the shot. It's green. It's good. It's 49-59.
Great performance here so far by Mongolia as they look to pile it on a bit more. Got the 10-point lead. I'm sure they'd love to walk away with maybe a 15-point lead going into the second matchup, or second game, I should say, of this matchup.
And nice pull-up from him. I feel like he could have taken a bit more time with it, though. Nevertheless, a teammate is there to cover for him should it be needed, and it is this time. Never Broke again. Quick breakaway play from him. Beautiful drive around the defense. 23 seconds remaining, though. Effectively a single play, and that is going to be Mongolia securing it in the first match. Well, look, I feel like Thailand overplayed themselves a bit in that sense that you know, they had plenty of opportunities to score. Might have overcomplicated things here and there. Their defense didn't seem to have that many problems in the beginning, but something went wrong towards that second part half of the game, and I feel like it might be down just to miscommunication at times. You know, it can get hectic, especially when you're coming up against the likes of Mongolia, who love to amp up the pace, especially coming back from deficit. You know, so everyone's kind of scrambling for plays at that point, and things can get out of hand. So I really feel like that was what the problem was for Thailand.
And we'll see what adjustments are made as well, right? Because you had Thailand that looked comfortable. They looked like they were in the lead. That 5-out offense looked to be working as well, but I think it was a more matter of Thailand tried to get the twos consecutively, where Mongolia was able to respond with threes once they settled down. I think that was the biggest difference that we saw in game one, especially in the quarters number 2, 3, and 4 as well. It's just them trading buckets, but one was for twos and the other was for threes.
Yeah, I really want to see more from Never Broke again. You know, setting himself up for success with those dribble plays back to back to back, and continuously able to find success with that. So as long as it's working, just keep doing that. If anything else fails, though, sad to see that Rachata didn't manage to secure any of the three-pointing shots he took from that left-hand side corner he loves to be in. But I'm sure he'll find success now in the next following game. So I think we finished off with like plus 10 points in favor of Mongolia, if I'm not mistaken. So that means that now Thailand needs to win with 11 or more point lead, right? And this is where the big discussion comes in about this being a best of two, how this changes the momentum of the game. Will Mongolia play more defensively as soon as they get in the lead, or as long as they keep it close, right?
Well, it's interesting because as you're trying to slow down the pace, you want to make sure that you're also trying to win the game, right? Because sometimes teams will go ahead and shoot themselves in the foot because they're trying not to lose, where you should be trying to win. If you win the game, cool, it's done. You control your own destiny. It's over with, right? So it's not a matter of, hey, only want to lose by 9 or less. It's like, no. Just win the game, and then you've done your job. You've completed it. As you see the recap of the scores so far, 51-61, Mongolia taking it here today. You will go ahead and see game number 2 between Thailand and Mongolia in just a few moments. And then, of course, after that, back-to-back action is going to be Indonesia and the Philippines as well. You'll see 2 of those games back-to-back. And, of course, the winner of this series And the next series between Indonesia and Philippines is going to be headed to our grand finals, where it'll be a best of 3 to see who gets invited over to the Philippines.
Yeah, so we have the glory to ourselves to find out 2 countries that are going to be heading over to Philippines on the 11th and 12th of December to defend the pride of their country and, of course, to establish a name for themselves. Thailand this time around are going to be in your whites, Mongolia in the blues, as the jerseys have been swapped, and the tip-off is imminent.
You got to love it when the gameplay loads right back up. No server issues on this one.
No.
I got you. As Mongolia is going to go ahead and start things off. They call it a little bit of a cut, but nothing there. Taking it to the right side, slowing things down. We saw a fast-paced offense off the gun in game number 1. Mongolia tried that here, but not, you got a teammate right open. Come on.
Yeah, should just pass the ball, my man. But instead, he goes for the individual play. Armune is there, though, to pick it up and to slam it home as Mongolia secure the first points of the game in their favor, and one on top of that as well.
See if he's able to convert on that one. He is, and that's going to give him a quick 3-0 lead as they go ahead and continue and pick up where they left off, as Never Broke again with that 5-out offense, looking for the hunting of the buckets of the 2. Look at everyone's just right there. Great contest on that shot, secures a rebound on the defensive side as well. And Mongolia looking to get back-to-back buckets, 3 from the right side. That one's good.
Oh, man, you don't want to leave Khan open like that. No one was even close to contest the shot. And, of course, Khan had all the time in the world to prepare, and that green just shows how good he is with the release. Never Broke again, though. Can't really find a way past this defense. The Sam Nation as well standing close by, making sure that Kyle can't make a move. Never Broke again. Those dribble skills are good, but how good are they when the shot clock says 1? Rachana has to make a shot. Goes for it, but it's too late. Shot clock violation. I think that's the first one in 2 days I've seen. I actually didn't have any yesterday.
Yeah, they're quite rare, and it just goes to the defense, right, of mentality and the execution that you have Mongolia playing on Thailand. They, typically defending the 5-out can be pretty tough, but it looks like so far they've had great success with it. We'll see if it continues here for the remainder of matchup number 2. As Khan finally gets his bucket, puts his team up 8.
Yeah, and I feel like Thailand might have been slightly taken by surprise as to how quick and on the fly Mongolia have been able to adapt to their style. As you mentioned, that Thailand not really making any changes in their plans per se on the offensive. And I feel like that also tells us that they don't think that was the problem. They feel like the problem might have been somewhere else, as to them lacking a few points in the first game. Now finally able to score for themselves and putting their name on the scoreboard.
2 minutes in, and they do put themselves up. Khan looking to respond back. We'll see what type of action they call. They called a cut from the left side. Alley-oop attempt to put them up in the double digits. Nice.
That's
one.
A confidence play. I love to see that from Mongolia. They're really feeling themselves now. As Never Broke again, will find that lane, but doesn't find the successes. Qual quickly goes over in the hands of N. Armune is there as well. Holds on to it, needs to get out. Passes it back to his teammates and almost loses it. Armune again standing close by, setting up a screen for Sam Nation if needed. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Armune open. Another back-to-back alley-oop. Doesn't find it this time as the defense reach out in time.
Well, it's all about the tendencies, right? We'll talk about that here as they have 3 seconds on the inbound. See what type of play they're able to draw up. Have a man at the top of the key. Nothing there. Oh, nope.
The dribble.
They had him.
The dribble.
They had him.
The dribble. Yeah, right?
Yeah. I don't know if he realized how much time he had left. Yeah, he was wide open at the top of the key. Maybe he thought the defender would jump, which is why he sidestepped to the right. But nonetheless, didn't even get the shot off to give him a chance to make it. That's going to be a violation of an offensive 3 in the key, and we're headed the other way. So a couple of big violations so far here in the first.
Yeah, absolutely getting hectic in this second game. And it just goes to show that both of the sides are definitely feeling the pressure. Mongolia, as you said, playing to win, not to lose. And Armune secures another 2-pointer for them, extending the lead further on to +10.
Mongolia just looking to turn this game upside down as they've got themselves a 10-point lead, looking to extend it with less than 2 minutes left to go in the second. Never broke again. Running that 5-out offense. Looking to get something easy on the inside. Nothing there so far. Kyle with the shot. He drains the 3.
27-footer. My God, that is a far distance to shoot from and still makes it happen. That, yet again, has to feel good on the side of Thailand. It's a low-scoring game for them so far. Sam Nation just attracts a crowd to himself and finds Khan wide open.
Beautiful. I mean, just kind of sidestepped a little bit. Looked like almost a euro to the left side. You had 3 defenders collapse on you. Then you had the wrap from the right hash to the top of the key. Beautiful play call. Beautiful design. Glad he executed it with the shot as well.
And Khan beautifully now just hits the brakes, makes sure the defense passes him, and just lays it up against the board to secure another 2. Never broke again. Fast dribble. Ratata now. 4th one also goes amiss for him in the 3-point department. It's time to go for those cut plays. I feel like if you're Thailand, it's time to switch it up.
Great little steal there coming in on the defensive side. Looked like they were able to capitalize, but they're going to slow things down, foul them. No free throws. That's the one to give.
Absolutely, and very justified from Mongolia, breaking up the pace that Thailand is trying to pick up. Having said that, though, Never broke again, somehow misses that. The rebound falls straight into the hands of Khan as he, together with the rest of Mongolians, make their way towards the basket of Thailand. Nice shot, but unfortunately slightly misses the timing.
Never broke again. Oh, that one's going to get plucked away from his teammate. Wide open. Do they go for the 3? No, they get the easy dunk to extend the lead to 19-5.
A confident showing so far in the second game of round number 3 for Mongolia, as they just are relentless in the offensive department, as well as their defense has been amazing. Look, I mean, we see a lot more steals coming out from them. They stick close by to their counterparts and making sure that Thailand doesn't have any breathing room.
I want to be very clear here that it's still such a long game, long way to go. Only an 11-point deficit, which in 2K can be erased quite easily, but not if you don't play defense, not if you don't give up those easy opportunities down low in the paint. You go ahead and guard the perimeter as best as you can, and you got to make them earn it as they go ahead and miss the opportunity of a shot right there. But look at that fast point breakaway. Just a fast break is amazing. You've already got 2 offensive players on your side already on the other's end, right? They're already ready to go to get those easy buckets.
I mean, either Mongolia is playing fast or I'm blinking slow, because I blinked it and almost missed it. 23-10 now. Thailand finally breaking into those double digits, but still got long ways ahead of them as Sam Nation holding on to the ball, looking to see what kind of set play he wants to make here. Hands it over to Khan. He's been very successful in this game. Sam Nation on the 3-point line. Not going to be good. The rebound falls in the hands of Mongolia.
See if Kyle's able to make something happen. Gets it or Never broke again. They're trying to play a little bit of a give and go action. Doesn't quite work. Oh, beautiful fake cut to convert at the other end. He was in the paint, faked like he was going to go out to the right hash, but he cuts right back in, and we're right back to an 11-point ball game between these two countries.
Man, Mongolia really bringing out the versatility in their strat book with plays like that. And a quick steal comes through for Mongolia. Nice recovery for Never broke again as he approaches the 3-point line. Fast pass over to Kyle. Kyle, though, met with 2 defensive players around him. Now Never broke again. Has the opportunity to go for a dribble play, but is going to be fouled against with a reaching foul. And that kind of resets the tempo. Allows for Thailand to pace themselves against this offense. Never broke again. Sharp pass over to Neo. Haven't said his name today just yet, and he's perfect with the 3-pointer from the corner.
Mongolia looking to run out the offensive end on here. They've got a pick and roll action, looking to find a little bit of space inside. Nothing there. Top of the key wrap. Great job by Thailand to stick to the defensive assignments. Oh, no way. No way, no how do you put a slam dunk like that on 3 people.
Right, and also like just finds an open path for himself. He takes it easily. Nice steal as well. Goes through. Khan now stops on the 3-point line. Puts a 3-pointer. That's green, of course.
Way to step back into it as well, because you weren't sure if he was going to go for the easy layup or take the long two, but he decides to take one step back and get the three. And this is what we talked about earlier, right? You have Mongolia that knocks down a three, but Thailand that responds, but they respond with the two. We'll see if they're able to kind of pick up the pace. Thailand is to knock down more threes, or we just end up trading buckets.
Mongolia just continuing to grow that lead. This is the point in time where they just want to make sure that every single play counts before halftime, right? Like we spoke about it before, you want to finish off on a good momentum. Having said that, those Thailand is the one to score and starting to calm things down for Mongolia, at least attempting to do so.
Great job covering the cut.
Sam is just too clean with it.
Yeah, he found a little bit of space, and he made him pay. 33-19, less than a minute and a half left to go in the second quarter of this game 2 between these two teams, as it was Mongolia that went ahead and won game number 1. You see 15 points for Khan. I know that's someone you said to keep an eye on. They've went ahead and showed out here so far.
Absolutely. Now, Never Broke again and makes the free throws. And now only 12 points between the two. This is very doable for Thailand, all things considered. And the fact that there's still a second half slammed, an alley-oop rather, play. And this is, I think, the third one of the day that finds success for Mongolia. Never Broke again, though, breaking ankles left and right.
You got to take that shot. I mean, you had him the first time he did the move. I don't know why he hesitated, but you had him. You had him.
And that's
Did I mention he had him?
Yeah, he had him for sure. You know, but that's the fine print in these plays, right? Like, you don't want to overplay it. Use that first opportunity you got, and you have to have faith in the plays that you make. I feel like he might have just doubted himself and just wanted to make sure he had him.
No one over there.
I said it again.
Oh, no, we just want to make sure the viewers know that he had him. No, but no one on the Thailand side is in the double digits in terms of scoring, so you expect a little bit of more support on the offensive side. Of that one looks contested. It doesn't go in.
Khan, in the nick of time, does manage to catch the pass. Hand it out over to Armune on the three-point line. Back to Sam Nation for that setup. Armune, close by, can go for a play. Trying to set up a screen. No, asking for the ball instead, as it is going to be Khan probably on the shooting end. 2 seconds to shoot. A single shot clock violation called. Second one of the match.
I mean, look, like, I get it, you know, but, like, come on.
Right.
But, like, come on. I get it. You got the lead. You want to have a little bit of fun, but, like, come on. You had a wide open shot. What are we doing these step backs for?
Where's your internal timer?
That's what I'm saying. You see the previous score on the bottom right. Mongolia with a 10-point lead over Thailand, 61-51. And, of course, this one with a bit of more of a deficit between these two teams. As we watch a couple of highlights, it's been Mongolia from the get-go pretty much that have just been putting on a dominating performance as they look to punch their ticket into the grand finals for the Asia region.
Yeah, and again, I have to praise Mongolia, how quickly they adapted their play style on the offense after that first game. It feels like there's a lot more versatility at play. They're trying various things and are finding good success with pretty much all of it, really. So it feels like just keep your opponent guessing is in the name of the game right now for Mongolia. As for Thailand, they really need to adapt a bit more on the offensive.
Yeah, especially when you're playing 5 out, it's a little tougher to know if you're going to go and drive in all the time, or if you send the support a little bit earlier from the corners, if you're going to go ahead and dot that corner or not. But that's why you got to go ahead and read and react. But so far, Mongolia has done a great job on the offensive and defensive side as they just continue to look to pile it on here in the third.
Sam in possession. Holding on, making sure he finds the timing, pulls up for 2 as well. That was a contested shot. Armune with the recovery. Beautiful backhander to finish it off with another 2 for Mongolia. So Thailand, yet again, you know, they find a few points. Mongolia instantly responds, and that felt a bit forced for Thailand.
Yeah, you got to make sure if you're Thailand that the main goal here is to go ahead and get it into maybe 10 digits or, you know, just a double, you know, just a 10-point lead. For Mongolia, you want to go ahead and cut the deficit down, try to go ahead and recoup it more and more and more in the fourth quarter.
You know, in limelight of various sayings, you have to break down difficult tasks into manageable ones, right? So if you have a big lead that you need to break down, you need to start building upon by breaking it down with small individual but successful plays. So instead of looking for those big 3-pointers, just make sure that you find similar success as before with the dribble skills, with the drives to the net, with the cut-in plays, and make sure you can secure bucket by bucket rather than going to break down the lead in one fashion.
And of course, it's going to go ahead and start off with here on the defensive side. Excuse me, on the offensive side, rather.
Quick pass over to Rachata, not from the corner this time. Still, the 3-pointers elude him as the two will go through. And a 20-point lead for Mongolia with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter. They have to feel good about that, but as we know, you can't really rely on this scoreline unless it's the final seconds of the fourth quarter. Armune on the 3-point line. And there's an absolute traffic jam at the middle there. Sam Nation, though, holding on to it. Oh, no way! That doesn't go through.
They just went ahead and threw that alley a little bit too late. You had the right corner open. That one wasn't there because you took too long. Then the middle was open, but that one wasn't there because you took too long. So a couple of late reactions off of what's open on the offensive side for Mongolia.
Yeah, not only the precision is being tested for both teams, but also your endurance, and tenacity. How long can you stay super focused to make sure your head is in the game and you react at the right time? As 3 points go through, Thailand now finally yet again scoring. Sam Nation, though, you can see he's so eager to respond fast for this. And there we go. That is the redemption play on that alley-oop.
And of course, they put him right back up to 19. 2 minutes left to go in the third. Looking to get a couple of dribble moves. That one's not going to go. Rebound secured. Looking to push it now. Takes the 3 from the right side. Continues to pile it on as they cross the 50 mark here with less than 2 left to go in the third.
I mean, look, if I'm Thailand and I'm looking at Mongolia, I'm saying Khan is a problem. We cannot leave him open. And here's the man again with another 2. He's there always for those breakaway plays.
Yeah, but he's just speedy, right? As soon as he sees a shot goes up, he can rely on his big men down low to secure the defensive rebound, and he can go ahead and pick up the easy buckets as Thailand buries that one.
Yeah, and we often, give a shout out to the shooter or whoever scores, but as you mentioned, it is off the back of a setup from your teammates, and that just goes to show that all things are clicking right now for Mongolia as Thailand looking to find that pace. There we go. That's the drive I want to see from Never Broke again.
Khan looking to get himself with 30 points. Looking to work his way there.
Clock being run down off the back of that active defense currently. Khan will find the ball. 5 seconds, though. Please don't tell me it's not going to be another shot clock violation now. 2,
That would just be
1. Oh, that got scarily close. Armune, though, with the rebound and scores. Ball again in the hands of Thailand. 25 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Far deep 3-point shot. Not good. And another alley-oop goes through for Mongolia. Man, these guys are up in the air more than they are on the court.
Yeah, they're really kind of flying nice and high as they go, okay, we're just going to give up a 3, but can't knock it down. That's kind of been the Achilles heel for Thailand as they get these open shots, but they're just not able to connect. They're not able to time up their releases and get the points that they need.
Yeah, it's the nerves, man. The nerves are playing with your release timings as another 3-pointer evades Thailand, and final 5 minutes will begin. Mongolia sitting at a comfortable lead, even taking into consideration how things finished off in the match before, 61-51 in favor of Mongolia. So on top of whatever point differential they have right now, count +10 as well. And that is your total gap that Thailand now needs to close. And that is a tall order.
Yeah, it's not fun to play with the spread to start things off, but of course, then to kind of be in this deficit, I mean, you're just asking for trouble. And at this point, 4:44 left to go in the fourth. Things are looking real good for Mongolia.
Every single play needs to count. Kyle goes for it. Great defensive work, though. It's a clean hit onto the ball. Nevertheless, Thailand still in possession. And a foul call. That was the transit on take foul.
Yeah, you can't go ahead. You got to allow the fast break opportunity to happen. That's a new rule change that the NBA had a couple of years ago. That's implemented in the game as well.
Got to keep up with the times and keep it clean if you're Thailand. Absolutely. Alley-oop opportunity denied. But Sam still recovers the ball. 7 seconds to shoot. Over to Khan. Will he find success again? That's a far two. Rattles out. The rebound is good for Armune, though. Can't correct it this time. Another rebound for him. And finally a turnover.
Few missed opportunities on that one. Now it's Thailand looking to capitalize. Had the open three on the right side. Decided not to take it. Passes it cross court to the left side. They're going to take a contested one. Nothing there. Rebound secured by Mongolia. Easy transition buckets. 3-on-1. And they get the drop to go.
Beautiful work from Mongolia. I mean, you know, we were saying they were playing with conviction before, but now this is just way beyond confidence. This is decisive display of skill.
It'll be interesting to see if they're able to continue that in the grand finals, as that's where they're looking to punch their ticket, as they will take on, assuming they win this one, they'll take on the winner between Indonesia and the Philippines.
We'll have to see afterwards an overview of the region to see how those points spanned out. There's been so many games happening, I can't really remember how many points everyone has after yesterday, but we'll break it down now. Yeah, Thailand needs to break down that lead, though, and it's close to 35 in this match alone. And with a big three scores for Mongolia, as Thailand now start to have that seed of doubt and realization settling in their minds that they might not have enough time for this, though. This three-pointer again goes out. It just like, is the hoop cursed?
No, he just wants to, you know, he's maybe, kind of.
Maybe. Let me get my tinfoil hat right.
There you go.
Khan, nice attempt. Armune there with the recovery. Sam Nation, though, on the three-point line. Could have gone an instant three-pointer. Instead goes for the fadeaway. And of course, yeah, a lot of success on the three-point line today for Mongolia. I wish we, like, I don't think they have it, but I would love to see, you know, like a heat map after the game where most amount of shots a team has taken from, just to get a better feel afterwards. I think that would be cool.
I agree. I think in the corners is where it's pretty much at for both of these teams. Obviously, more so for Mongolia than Thailand because of the plays that they call. Speaking of corners, he does miss from that one. He takes it from the left hash. Can't get that one to go, though. Rebound secured by Thailand. Less than 2 minutes left to go here in game number 2.
Nice attempt. Rattles this one home, though, so Thailand absolutely still in it to try and narrow down the point gap. But, you know, with a minute and a half remaining, they have to really start working fast on the defense and have to go for a lot more steals to get those turnover opportunities if they want to really close this one out in their favor. Never broke again. It's going to be stopped mid-play, and Khan passes over to Armune. They slow it down, running down the clock a bit, and wide open for three. He is good before, not good this time, as the ball finds Thailand.
Did everything possible to go ahead and continue pouring it on here, make things look better than they actually are. But Mongolia, after struggling in that first quarter, they've really come out nice and strong as they look to go ahead and sweep this best of 2 round 3 matchup here in the Asia qualifiers.
Yeah, and here are the fouls coming, as I mentioned. You know, Thailand are really going to be looking to go for those steals at whatever the cost is at this point, right? And it's all justified. Sam Nation, though, almost finds the ball, but it is actually going to be out of bounds, and Thailand get a free turnover.
We'll see what the points and things like that stack up like. Looks like Mongolia is going to go ahead and continue taking game number 2, just like they took game number 1.
Absolutely. A lot is riding on this for Mongolia. As I said, they had a close affair yesterday against the Philippines, showing a very confident play against Thailand. Struggled a bit against Indonesia on the opening match of the day yesterday, but nevertheless, I feel like it was just like a warm-up for them for what is yet to come. And with every single game, Mongolia has been looking stronger and stronger. And again, it's just such a fresh lineup. It's been literally, I think, just a few months, if that these guys are playing together. So they definitely have to have amazing chemistry to put up scores like this. 83-49 as Sam Nation runs down the clock. Kyle does manage to sneak a little cheeky steal in there. They just want to finish off as the final dot on the I. You can see Thailand laughing it off as well, saying like, we're going to have the final say in this despite the result.
I mean, look, they can go ahead and pat their stats all they want, but it's actually a triple-double in the sense of Mongolia, their center that has, I think, 18 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, so dominating performance by him in this one.
Absolutely, putting it up in all departments, and it just goes to show the talent behind the sticks as the final seconds are going to come down here. Rachata as well. Oh, pump fakes it to no one. And a timeout called.
What are we calling a timeout for, bro?
Just to, ease out of the match, I suppose. Or is it still Thailand on the agenda of having the final say? They want to make this count? It doesn't, unfortunately. And that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Mongolia closing it out, having a decent lead in the first one, but that second game got out of hand very quickly for Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like Thailand's best opportunity was in the first quarter of game number 1, because after we kind of got out of that one, it was just Mongolia the whole way. They figured out a way to kind of contain the offensive end from Thailand, and they figured out a way to kind of run those fast break opportunities as well. Anytime Thailand would go to shoot the ball up, you had Mongolia already having at least one, if not two individuals on the other side. So they were able to get the easy buckets, increase their takeover, which only helped them capitalize on the offensive end even more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned it during the game as well. I love the adaptability from Mongolia, being able to adapt on the fly on the offensive. So quick look back, as I said, Mongolia had a rough time starting yesterday against Indonesia, had a close affair against Philippines, now convincingly winning over Thailand. We'll have to see the final standings in a minute. But another game still ahead of us. That is going to be Indonesia versus Philippines, the two titans of the region, so to say, as both teams did manage to get through pre-qualifiers without losing a single match. So look at how you want. One of them will come out as a loser in this, and then afterwards we're going to rack up the total points and see who gets it to make to the grand finals. But before that, though, I think we still will have an interview coming up with Sam, I believe.
Should be a good one. Should be a good one. We get to talk to him about, like you said, the preparation and what it kind of goes into it, especially because you have seen tape of these teams that played just yesterday, but they also have tapes on you as well. So how did you adjust to make sure that you give them a bit of a different look? So, it should be a fun conversation as well. But I think, you got to give it to Mongolia as they do go ahead and do their thing, and they adjust and they go ahead and get the spot possibly in their grand finals as well. But what are you looking forward to? I know we're waiting on a couple of things here, but when it comes to Indonesia, when it comes to the Philippines matchup, what are you kind of looking forward to?
Oh, man, I really want to see a solid defense, really, from both teams, because scoring is not a problem for either side, but defense can be lacking at times. So it is all going to be about, once again, how are they able to patch up the holes that might appear with fast dribble plays, fast cut-ins, etc., right? So you really need to keep an eye out as to what is happening in the corners of the court, as well as where the point guards are.
We'll get that interview for y'all here in just a couple of moments. And of course, if there's a question that you would like for us to go ahead and ask, make sure you put it in the chat and we will do our best to go ahead and ask that question and bring it up as well. Who do you think, I'll go ahead and answer the question first and then I'll see what your takes are. But I was going to ask you, who do you think matches up the best with Mongolia right? Is it Indonesia, or is it going to be the Philippines? I think it's got to be, Philippines love to play a fast-paced offense. At least they did last time I watched them. So that, I think, is always a little bit dangerous for teams because you're trying to keep up with them. You're trying to force the threes. And I think that's the reason where that fast-paced energy between between the Philippines and Mongolia, that matches up quite well.
Well, if I dig in the aftertaste, sort of say after yesterday, I really have to say I actually want to say Philippines is the better matchup for Mongolia, just because it felt a similar style of play, and also pace wise as well. They really didn't have that much trouble keeping up with it. It was down to the accuracy, really, what decided it all. And seeing the accuracy today from Mongolia, I feel like they could no problems take on Philippines again and make it a close affair. As for Indonesia, I feel like Indonesia is more what is the word I'm looking for? They're more commanding in their style, in the sense that like once they take over, they make sure they have taken over the game and it doesn't step out so much. Whereas Philippines are, let's say, just more about the fact that they want to keep up playing the way how they play, and that of course is slightly beneficial to your opponent because that means that you have the potential of being read.
Yeah, and we'll see what type of adjustments are being made. I'd love to get your insights when the gameplay starts between Indonesia and Philippines of what you saw yesterday compared to what you're seeing today. See what changes were made maybe on the offensive side. See what changes were made maybe on the defensive side as we're kind of, try to see what's coming up next year in a couple of moments. But got to give props to Thailand, though, right? They went ahead and made their best efforts. They tried to go ahead and get the job done, just fell a little bit short. But you got to love the fact that they showed up and showed out and put their effort into it.
Yeah, and I mean we're still trying to get through Mongolia, but you can't, you know how it is with the internet connection and whatnot, so it can be challenging at times. And I'm sure the guys are just having a good time celebrating at this stage. It is a sigh of relief for sure, and nobody really wants to leave a group having a loss to their name, and want to have at least one W. So I think we're going to go ahead and skip the interview this time round. However, so you were speaking about that Indonesia-Philippines matchup. So let's not jump to conclusions, but let's jump to that game shortly, and I'll give you some insights. So on the side of Indonesia, first and foremost, representing is 𝐂𝐄𝐄, 𝐂𝐿 𝐴𝐴, Vertinho, and Lino. And let me tell you, 𝐂𝐿 and 𝐂𝐄𝐄 are the two people you want to watch out for. 𝐂𝐿, a beast on the rebounds, and 𝐂𝐄𝐄, such a versatile leader on the team. He at times where Indonesia was struggling, 𝐂𝐄𝐄 took it upon himself to start to make the plays happen and bring the faith back in the team that anything can happen and will happen. So they have the opportunity to both play ahead, get those rebounds, and get back into the game. But what about Philippines?
Well, I mean, you mentioned, 𝐂𝐄𝐄 real quick. And so if you know that, that means the Philippines know that as well. So they'll be looking to go ahead and make sure they clamp them down on the defensive side. On the other side, you've got Ice2Fast. Seen him play last year. He did phenomenal. You also have Social coming back. So that's always good. And 𝐂𝐿 indeed as well. So you've got some veterans coming back in this one. So that chemistry's got to be there, which means to me on the defensive side, you've got to create a little bit of chaos for the guards. So that's the matchup. I think that'll be fun. I think that's the tempo that we got to kind of go back to and see what they're able to cook up to put a little bit of extra pressure on Indonesia to go ahead and respond back with.
Oh man, like thinking back to yesterday's 𝐿 and Ice, both, like there were times where it just felt like these guys simply, it is impossible for them to miss. It was literally any shot they take, it goes through, and on top of it, it's like it's green, it's perfect. There's nothing that could have been done better at that point in time, be it a contested shot or not. And that is actually something you need to specifically watch out for Philippines. They are incredibly precise with contested shots. So you can have the defense on the guy, but he'll still make the shot.
And that's the tough part, is where you did everything that you possibly can to go ahead and put some clamps on him, but you just kind of struggle, right? It's like, what else am I supposed to do? I made sure he wasn't open. I did everything I possibly could, threw everything on the kitchen sink in the defensive side, and he still found a way to get the buckets. And those are the demoralizing things on the defensive side.
Yeah, but it also goes to show the talent behind the game, right? This is a 5-on-5 with 5 incredibly gifted players on either side, the best of the best within their country, arguably the best within their region, and this is a true clash for the title, sort of say, and for the opportunity to play in Philippines. So if Philippines do manage to come out on top here, it is not entirely decided just yet, because obviously there's still going to be grand finals ahead, and to see who is going to be their opponent there. But what I wanted to say, it's a next door visit for Indonesia if they manage to get to Philippines, and for Philippines, it's just around the corner for them to get to the arena and play there. And I'm sure they are very eager to make that happen and to represent their country and host at the same time. That would be amazing for a local team.
I mean, especially because of the fan base there, right? They've supported this country, they've supported this nation for quite some time. So I'm sure they would go ahead and love to cheer on the home team crowd. Should be a lot of fun. Just a couple of moments away from having that matchup kind of tipped off here. And, the keys to the game to me goes back to what we've kind of been saying. But in this case, it would be controlling the pace. I think you've got to have Indonesia that needs to play at their own pace. And you've got to have the Philippines that, may stick to their own similar in terms of fast-paced ball game. And you don't want to try to compete. You don't want to try to get too cute. You don't want to try to be a Superman every single play. Know your role, play your role, and just execute the game plan you came in with.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, about the roles. Like this matchup is going to show which team has a better individual, I would say, on the role, and who has a better understanding of their specific role, and even more so execution of it, right? So it is going to come down to the very fine details between the two, and that's what makes this matchup so exciting. I think everyone has been waiting for these two to clash together, because again, no lost games in the pre-qualifiers so far. No lost games for either side here in the regionals. So finally, we can get at least some notion how things are looking like this year. And, season to season, year to year, here in the eFIBA, these two are just absolutely bringing the heat.
And, what I'm curious to get your thoughts on is, like, we mentioned about this pace. We mentioned about the 3-point shots. How many shots do you think both teams combined will see from the 3-point line?
Ooh, let me I'm going to say in the upper 50s, 60s. I think it's going to be a lot of 3-pointers.
So that's attempted, I assume.
Yeah, attempted. Because just knowing how many shots Ice and Zaval yesterday took from the 3-point line, at some point it felt like Philippines are not interested in anything else. And they were successful with them.
Yeah.
So, it was quite high-scoring games, but not in the hundreds just yet. The hundreds are the first time we've seen today. I doubt we'll get to 100 points between these two, just due to the nature of how quick and adaptive both of these teams are. That being said, though, I would love to see it. I would love to see just like score after score. Nobody cares about defense, and just see who can score the fastest.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that for sure. And of course, we'll keep an eye on the points off turnover and the second chance opportunities. And, the rotation on the defensive end is going to be key as well, especially when we talk about pace. You got to go ahead and control that. So that'll be some interesting stuff to take on and keep an eye on. But any other keys to the game that you're kind of focused on?
I think we've covered most of it. What I want to focus on for now. But what I hear is that we are finally able to jump into the game, and I think I got a bit of insight behind the scenes. Let me just quickly clarify. So we know, so we know that 100% Philippines and Indonesia is going to be in the grand finals, I think. So this is going to be just a little bit of a tasting of the grand finals, because I think the points have laid out like that. And luckily for Philippines, they're opening up quite successfully with a 3-pointer. And as I said, 3 points to 3 points to 3 points, that's probably going to be the name of the game right now for both of these teams, as Indonesia are able to respond with a 3-pointer of their own. And only a mere 40 seconds have passed so far. Hazen looking to stop Zaval as much as possible, though, as Steele comes through almost. It is going to be out of bounds, and it is going to be Philippines ball. So still Philippines holding on to it. Papa the one to put it back into play. Zaval stopped on the three-point line in the corner. And a far three-pointer. Green goes through. Philippines yet again. Back-to-back threes. That is not a problem for them. Dancigori, one of the people I gave a shout-out to beforehand on the side of Indonesia, has been incredible in the rebounds department, but also playing up close and personal. And that is going to be an offensive 3-second violation, slightly overplaying his hand there and taking a bit too long to make the play happen. But you can expect more plays like that from him in this matchup. Already a minute and a half has passed in the first quarter as Ice Too Fast now, another high-scoring player on the lineup of Philippines. And there we go, Zaval with a second three-pointer to his name, opening things up for Philippines. It does feel like this is going to be a three-point game across the board. Vertinho still finding his pace, but was very impactful yesterday. And as I say, that goes for a three-pointer of his own. Papa there with the rebound for Philippines, passes over to Zaval, as he's going to be stopped near the midcourt line, and that is going to be a reach-in foul from Hazen, just eager to break up the play, not allow Philippines to set themselves up for a fast three-pointer anytime soon. Having said that, though, fast pass over to 𝐂𝐄𝐂, another versatile player in the lineup, able to shoot from nearly every part of the court, and finds the two up close. 11-3 now in favor of Philippines over Indonesia, as they are leading by 8. So Indonesia, despite that initial success, they need to start to bring this one back. Vertinho, good dribble work. Dancigori there with the screen if needed. Fast pass over to Sinaga in the corner. Vertinho gets closer, sets himself up for a three-pointer. Beautiful play off the back of Sinaga, and a three-pointer finally goes through for Indonesia, and they start to close the gap early on. Zaval now stopped on the three-point line. Alley-oop, Papa there to close it out. Philippines continue to build upon that lead, point by point and basket by basket. Both teams are very focused on scoring right now, not so much on challenging the defense. Dancigori with the rebound, passes back to Sinaga, right-hand side corner. Not going to be good for a three, though. A personal foul called against Papa. No bonus just yet, as Hazen the one to start the play off here. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Vertinho on the three-point line, slightly stuck between two defensive players. And as I said, you know, those two contested shots, they do not scare anyone off on either side of the court. Over to Dancigori, needs to watch out for that 3-second violation, not to make it happen again. Hazen, though, comes in from the low post, makes it happen. And for those that are tuning in just today, you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, Philippines are playing from a TV studio, having a big screen behind them as well, giving the opportunity for supporters in the room to make sure they can root for them from the get-go. Indonesia, though, still from the comfort of their homes. Having said that, though, immense support behind them as well. We spoke briefly with them yesterday, and the guys elaborated they have a lot of support behind them. A lot of work has been put into this, and it goes to show, as it's a three-point game, and a three-pointer attempt from Philippines not going to be good. Lino back with a fast breakaway play. What a defensive play from 𝐂𝐄𝐂 there. It is going to be Indonesia's ball. So 𝐂𝐂𝐂 finds a lot of success on the defense, denying that easy two-pointer. Over to Vertinho. Not going to find success this time. And Philippines back on the offensive. An incredible pace there, but a mistake, I would say, in the attempted pass that was too difficult for it to reach its target. And a fast breakaway from Vertinho, also unsuccessful. Ice Too Fast with the fake pump on the three-point line. Doesn't go for the shot just yet. Papa there to set up the screen. Right-hand side, opportunity to score. No, fast pass over to Papa. And another personal foul from Hazen. So Hazen very keen to stop these plays early on if he can. From Social over to 𝐂𝐄𝐂. Philippines. The ball evades the hoop just by a slither. Still, though, they do get the two, 15-10, as the first quarter is approaching its end. Dancigori stuck on the 3-point line, sets up a screen against 𝐂𝐄𝐄. And the buzzer beats as Philippines finish the first quarter in the lead by 5. Indonesia keeping it close. So slightly more success from Philippines in the 3-point department. And let's see if that continues. Of course it does, as 𝐂𝐄𝐄 scores another 3. And makes it easy. At least, well, makes it look easy. Doing 8. Vertinho, he's been quiet this game, I would say, comparatively to yesterday. So I'd like to see a bit more from him. But as I say that, though, he passes it back to 𝐂𝐄𝐄, who's putting up those easy 2-pointers. And that's how you want to close down those gaps. This is exactly the type of plays that Indonesia needs right now. They just need guaranteed baskets. And as I say that, 𝐂𝐄𝐄 goes for a quick dunk to extend the lead to 8 now. Indonesia slightly on the back foot, but we know how they can overcome these deficits. We've seen them done before yesterday, and they definitely can find the rhythm. As Lino, a difficult 3-pointer, that is a perfect shot. 15-20 now. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Right before halftime, you know, we spoke about this in the previous games as well. You really want to finish off on a good momentum, so that means taking over the rhythm. Beautiful contested shot as the Philippines continue to score. And I would say it's a team game so far on both sides. Nobody's really standing out just yet, as that is a 3-pointer Indonesia was missing a bit. 𝐒𝐓 now setting up a play. Papa is going to be stopped at the top of the key. Gives it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄 in the corner. Can't really take a shot. Too much defense around him. 𝐒𝐓 as well stopped. Papa hands it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 was open for a second. Goes for a pump fake. Last second shot from 𝐂𝐄𝐄 too fast. And that, of course, is green. This is exactly what we highlighted together with India before, that these contested shots are absolutely not a problem for Philippines, and that is one of the key traits as to why they are so dangerous. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 from the 3-point line, you don't see him shoot often, but yesterday had a few successful 3-pointers to his name, so dipping his toes in that department. Is Vertinho with a contested shot, not going to be good this time around. And the ball finds Philippines yet again. 2.5 minutes remaining before halftime. Papa slam needs to go and slam it home, my man. He lays it up against the board and misses. It is going to be a personal foul. Third one for Hazen. The 𝐂𝐄𝐄 hands it over to 𝐒𝐓. 10 more seconds on the clock. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 can go for the shot. Feels more comfortable passing it back. Papa again positions himself close to the net. Pull up, not going to be good. 𝐂𝐄 with the recovery, a buzzer beater shot, not going to be good.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
And Vertinho slowly setting up the play. They don't want to be overzealous with these, and as I say that, they do nail the contested 3 on the side of Indonesia, making a 4-point game. So Indonesia have done, first and foremost, a great job of keeping this manageable, and secondly, making sure that they start to chip that lead and start to close the gap slowly, because there's still plenty of time to come back into this and make the comeback happen. And this is just the first match between the two. We're going to have another one afterwards. And again, if my math doesn't deceive me, we're going to have a grand final between the two as well, most likely. Unless I've made some error in judgment somewhere, but we'll leave that to the scoring board. Hazen, the one to start things off here from the sidelines. But very quickly, the ball finds the hands of Philippines off the back of those points. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 too fast on the 3-point line. Holding on to it. Gives it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄. 𝐂𝐄𝐄, I think this is the first or the second attempt at the 3 points, but nonetheless finds great success. Vertinho goes for a little fake-out move. Holds on to the ball. Wants to find the opportunity they're looking for, and they're looking for Lino. Lino was quite good with the 3 points himself. But for Indonesia, it should be just about scoring at this stage, not so much about particularly looking for a 3-point play, unless, of course, that is the plan. But having said that, half a minute only remaining before halftime. And Philippines looking good to close it out on a good pace. Ice too fast, pulls up for the 3, not good enough. 20 seconds remaining, far pass over to Lino. Lino with a 3-pointer, that is good. And Indonesia now looking to take over the pace. No timeout called yet. There's only a mere 18 seconds remaining. Zaval with the ball. Probably going to run down the clock and go for one final shot as we're looking at halftime. Beautiful pass over to 𝐂𝐄. Nice block, though, from Indonesia. Zaval has to go for this. Pulls up for the 2 from the free throw line. 2-second play available. Has to be a long pass. And instead, it is halftime.
With the score, your home team.
3-pointers so far, the name of the game for Philippines for sure. Indonesia have been a bit more versatile in the scoring department. Having said that, though, they've done an amazing job at keeping this manageable.
Yeah, especially because, have the 3-point shots that are coming in from the Philippines as well. They did a great job to make sure to kind of keep it within striking distance. We talk about it often. You don't want to try to get all your points out at once. They've done a great job. You can see the contest coming in. They're trying to turn things around here. Wide open shot. Got to start things off right way to knock it down, and they just can't.
Yeah, that felt slightly rushed from Hazen, slightly short release. Had all the time in the world to prepare for that. And as I say that, though, Ice out of nowhere comes in and slams it home for Philippines. Now Lino with the ball. He had a lot of success in the first half with the 3-pointers. And you can see that Philippines are not keen to find out if he continues to do so as they go for the steal. Instead, it is out of bounds, so it's Indonesia's ball with plenty of time on the board as well to play this one out. Vertinho shouted out yesterday a lot of times, and there we go. That's what we want to see. This is the yesterday's Vertinho I remember.
Yeah, you got the crab from this now. You had the pick that was set, so you got a little bit of space, and he was able to knock that one down, cut the deficit right back down at 5. Let's see how the Philippines going to respond. They run a play. The great thing I like about the Philippines is they'll kind of run these plays, but they won't force it. If something isn't there, they'll just kind of reset just like they did there. Beautiful foul. I love that. You had the roll that was there for the easy 2, but Indonesia goes ahead and fouls them and gets them set up for their half-court offense with 10 seconds left to go.
Yeah, not a lot of time remaining, but we know Philippines can score virtually from everywhere. Instead, Zaval goes for a quick drive-by play. Make sure those points count. Philippines are switching it up a notch now. Not only 3-pointers is the name of the game for them, as Dan Sugori is still holding on to the ball on that 3-point line over to Lino. And now back to Hazen, but doesn't find the ball doesn't find the destination intended. Instead, it is still remaining in the hands of Indonesia, but not a lot of time on the clock. 8 seconds to go.
Oh, beautiful give and go. Just too little on the defensive side to get any type of real contest. And I know you mentioned this before, but you got that beautiful panel behind them in the Philippines. You can see the investment that's been made.
Yeah, absolutely. They have full support of their country behind them. And it goes to show, there's a lot of pride involved in that as well. The players, of course, are being set up for success from all possible angles. But most importantly is setting themselves up for success, right? Like, so Philippines, with the decisions they make in-game and outside the game, is currently the reason why they are leading up by 5. Having said that, though, Indonesia have done a great job of bringing it back down.
See if they're able to get some points up on the board on the inbounds. Beautiful play there to kind of rope around him from the inbounds to get the 3.
Yeah, and Vertinho starting to find that heat to his name, as those are now back-to-back 3-pointers. He's made it. And Zaval with a very difficult contested shot. I mean, I was speaking about the fact that they have no problem of making these contested shots count, but that one might have been a tall order. 𝐂𝐄, though, finds the lost ball, hands it quickly over to Zaval. Papa there to get the rebound if needed. 𝐂𝐄 pulls up for a far 2-pointer and makes it count.
Continuing to keep it a 4-point ball game. Getting bumped around here.
And 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂, he's going to be stopped with a personal foul.
See, those are like the smart RQ plays that I think you have to have Mongolia keep up with, right? The reason that they went ahead and committed that foul was because you had both the defenders jump in the paint and you didn't want a ball to go past to the right corner because then you're giving up an open and easy 3. So those are like the small IQ, tangible things that you want to kind of lock down and that kind of really give you an edge, especially when a game like this close. Those things really matter.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show the depth of the in-game knowledge and the attention to detail that is being paid by both sides, and how much has been invested in the prep work coming into this event. Papa on the 3-point line, not going to be the one to score, but is the one to pass as 𝐂𝐄 finds a cut in play and scores another 2 points for Philippines. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 made an attempt at a 3-pointer beforehand. Let's see if he does it again as he passes over to Lino for now. Tries to make himself available and does so as well. 7 seconds on the clock. Over to Vertinho up close, can go for the 3-pointer in transition, makes it happen. It's a single-point game.
Beautiful play design there as they run the pick, and of course the center just does not step up whatsoever, and he's able to knock that shot down to make it a 1-point ball game. Minute 09 left to go here in the third of game 1 between these two teams.
And a beautiful dunk from Papa. He was there with the rebounds. I think had some points scored as well in the match before, but now comes in crucial in a time where every single point matters between the two. And pass over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. He's trying to return the favor as well, keeping it close, keeping it in a single points distance. Zaval with the ball. Probably is going to start thinking about those 3-pointers again.
Starting to have an impact in a back-and-forth ball game. Less than a minute left to go in this one. See what type of play they draw up from the inbounds. You can see them trying to set a pick. Keep an eye on that left side. Dots at top of the key is wide open. There you go. Passes it to him, and he's able to get it to go.
Yeah, that looked scary for a second, but Social, not a man to miss. As Vertinho, though, has to respond the same. 25 seconds remaining in the third quarter, so not a lot of time left in this first game between the two. This is round 3. After this, only grand finals remains, and it's quite likely that these two are going to be there. Basically, 99% confirmed. So this match, as I said, this is just a tasting of what is yet to come. And, it might be the fact that these teams are currently just feeling each other out just to understand what they need to adjust for those grand finals. That is also an angle we can take.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to kind of throw, everything at them in terms of, hey, here are all the moves that we would have. Here are all the plays that we have on the inbounds or anything like that. Now, granted, it's a little tough to scout to new things that come up in terms of tendencies on the same day that you have to play the grand finals. But still, you don't want to show your hand too much too often. And, they might just kind of be holding back. But nonetheless, you also don't want to kind of mess up your mentality going into the grand finals if you are going to go ahead and play each other as well, right? You don't want to kind of lose both games because then you're kind of going into the grand finals thinking, oh, wait, can we even beat these guys? And you don't want that hanging over your head.
Absolutely, but that's also something that to consider whoever is losing the series here is that you don't really need to focus on it that much, in the sense that, okay, so this was a test run, better focus on the fact that here are the things that we need to quickly adjust on the fly, and both of these teams have plenty of experience and support behind the scenes as well to do that on the fly. So all in all, it is a close affair between the two. Philippines still remaining in the lead by 4 minutes and 15 seconds still remaining in the fourth quarter, as round 3 slowly coming to a conclusion. Vertinho, quick pass over to Hazen. Hazen, as I said, he takes it upon himself to go for these individual plays and make the shot calls when needed to bring the momentum back.
See if they're able to go ahead and tie things up. That one's going to get stolen away, plucked away. I think the Philippines might have had that last touch, and it is going to be Indonesia's ball. Great chance to go ahead and tie things up here as we are in the fourth quarter.
Do they hand it over to Vertinho or Lino to go for the three-pointer, or will it be another 2-point closeout? 20 seconds on the clock. Vertinho finds himself open, doesn't go for the shot. Instead, it's over given to Sinaga in the corner. There's a lot of traffic happening. Lino finds himself wide open. That's the three-pointer they were looking for. Beautiful job on distracting the defense for Indonesia as they find Lino, and Lino finds the three.
They set a lot of those screens, a lot of those picks for their off-ball movement, and that's what's been able to help them succeed and stay within this game and have it be tied up. See how the Philippines go and respond. Had the opening there, I thought, for the three. A little bit of a dribble move, trying to find an opening, but you can see the defender right there in front of them as well, not giving him any space to breathe, and he finds a way to still bury the shot.
This is what I'm saying, right? Like, Ice together with 𝐂𝐓, these two guys can make shots like that almost every single time. So you have to watch out for that if you are Indonesia. But as we spoke, like, there's only so much you can do. If the guy is just simply scoring despite the fact that the defense is there, then what can you do, right?
Tough shot, but that's why they're in this position. That's why they've got the lead. That's why they're the favorites to come out of this region, as now they're building their lead up to 5, but there's still plenty of time left for Indonesia to go ahead and respond back before the quarter ends, before the game ends.
And Vertinho holding on to the ball despite the fact that 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 was available a few times and actually manages to find the pull-up for 2. Ball back in the hands of Philippines. And 𝐂𝐓, so many people instantly heading his way. Ball is going to be handed over to Ice too fast. And I mean, this guy is incredibly fast with the dribble, with the moves, with the ankle breaks. Papa there for the screen. Ice too fast, wide open, and of course makes it happen.
And that's that veteran leadership that we talked about. That's that veteran gameplay of he's been in the game, he's been in these situations, he's been in person playing in these big moments as well. So he doesn't shy away from the spotlight. But now things get a little bit tricky. If you got to make sure you don't give up a 3. You cannot be staring at a 9-point deficit. And you see them running those off-ball plays that we talked about. Great job so far. Almost got crabbed.
And pace-wise, I'm starting to get a sense that Philippines currently are just playing slightly faster basketball with the passes, making sure that Indonesia keeps on guessing what happens. Having said that, though, it's an offensive 3-second violation. So ball is going to be handed over to Indonesia, slightly overplaying their hand, but still nonetheless, the momentum is for sure on the side of Philippines right now.
You've got to go ahead and try to get yourself a bucket here for Indonesia. Doesn't matter if you get a 3, but you got to go ahead and get at least a 2. And you see them running more off-ball screens, looking to find a little bit of space. Nothing there so far. Top of the key, has the cut. There's the man wide open. Beautiful play call. A lot of chaos, but it ends in their favor, and they make it a 4-point ball game.
And who else other than Hazen? He's the man again who cuts in and makes the play happen at the very end. I want to see more repeats of that. Having said that, though, 𝐂𝐄 also on the side of Philippines offers up a similar style and similar support to his team, as he's been able to score both three-pointers as well as up close. Vertinho goes for the fake 3, doesn't decide to shoot that just yet. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 already positioning himself for the rebound, but Papa is better this time around as Philippines hold on to the ball. 40 seconds remaining in the final quarter in game number 1 between the two. And Papa just running down the clock at this point. They just want to make sure they score one more bucket and then hold out on the defense.
See if they're able to get a stop here. Don't want to give up any points, and they just go ahead and get that off. That's great. You got to get going here. You look for them to try to get the shot up real quick, but Indonesia not able to do so as the Philippines go ahead and foul them. Got to get a quick off-ball play to get a shot up, to get some points, and they try to run it to the right side. Traffic inside, get the 2. Now making it a 4-point ball game. See if they get a fluky steal here.
Hazen can't really find the opportunity.
There we go.
Holding on, but Sinaga gets a pass.
Oh,
and
the
Hazen,
extra. No.
Oh, it was
He
so
had an
close.
extra. He had a teammate right next to him that was a bit more open and wouldn't have had the contest, and they just couldn't get it done. But you got to give props, though, to Indonesia. They hung on. They got the steal. Remember we talked about it oftentimes where the guards sometimes want the ball and they'll try to pass it out to somebody else, but you got to be there to get those steals. Indonesia was there to get the steal, but they just weren't able to convert on the 3-point line or, beyond in the corner side. And that would have been just an epic game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm now starting to think, that for Indonesia, will it be similar as it was yesterday when they were on the back foot? It was Hazen to step up and really make the plays happen. So I'm curious to see if that is going to be the case for Indonesia, and if that is going to be the plan. Pace-wise, obviously, they don't really have that much trouble keeping up with Philippines. It is the accuracy that comes into question at times. But, I have to give praise both also to Lino, really, who was very successful with three-pointers of his for the side of Indonesia there. So all in all, super close game. I mentioned before that it is quite likely, like 99% certain, that it is going to be Indonesia and Philippines playing in the grand finals, and it's only a matter about who gets to play home first. That is being decided currently with this game series, as the overall standings are unlikely to change unless some incredible force majeure circumstance comes through. So I get a sense that, the Philippines supporters are starting to get hyped up real fast, knowing that the grand finals are approaching and they are close to taking it home.
And of course, that's the beauty of it, right? Is that you want to have every advantage that you can possibly get. So yes, even if you two are going to go ahead and face in the finals, you want to see, okay, who's going to have home though? Because if it does go to the best of 3, you want to make sure you have home. You want to make sure you have the momentum, and you want to make sure you have every single advantage that you possibly can have in the grand finals. Because ultimately, you're trying to punch your ticket to the Philippines, or at least stay in the Philippines.
Yeah. Look, Philippines. Praise to them for sure. As we spoke before as well, this was a relatively low scoring game between the two, and that is just off the back of how active both of these teams are. They're absolutely not hesitant to make a play happen and not really running down the clock that much when it comes to it, rather than just finding the opportunity that they're looking for and using it. And you can see that both teams are using the rotation of the ball a lot to their advantage, but I would say a lot more success in that department for Philippines, as I would say Indonesia tends to hold on to the ball a bit longer, and perhaps that's something they can adjust for.
Yeah. And that's the pace that we talked about, where the Philippines, they just want to kind of go. Kind of reminds me of but like maybe a few years back of the Golden State Warriors. That's the best comparison I have for them, as you see them kind of get things started up for game number 2, where then you have Indonesia that's trying to keep up with that pace. But you got to keep in mind that you got to play your own ball, right? Because your gameplay, your execution, your plan, your style, your skill set on the team may not be what the Philippines have, but maybe you have a different type of pace that complements your team really well. So you got to make sure you play your own game and not get too influenced by the score or the other team's pace as well.
Yeah, and here you can see the teams have swapped sides. So we will proceed shortly with the second match between the two. I think for Indonesia, the plan is quite clear. Slightly diversify your plays, and you should be good. For Philippines, this is going to be a bit of a challenge to see how can they adapt on the fly to their opponent. Another talking point we touched upon beforehand was the fact that these teams, yes, are feeling each other out. So there might be some secret strat that neither side really wants to show currently, or for that matter, really leave all of their endurance in this game as the grand finals are approaching.
See what ends up happening in game number 2. Indonesia did keep it close, but just not close enough. But still plenty of ball game. As we've mentioned, you will see game number 2 here shortly, and then you will see the grand finals for the Asia region to see who gets a chance to compete for the prize pool of $50,000 between these two nations. And we'll get the game here tipped off shortly. What are you looking for? Let's say in the first half, right? You tell me what you're looking for from Indonesia. Just keys to the game, and I'll talk about the Philippines. First half.
But you mean like key plays or score-wise?
Just like, key points in terms of, are you looking to see, just impactful things.
I really want to see a bit more action from Dan Segori. He was very impactful for Indonesia yesterday, and I'm sorry to say I don't really see that much impact from him today. He had a few attempts at the three-pointers, whereas typically he's in a position to grab the rebound balls, and I want see him being used more effectively.
Well, here we go as the Philippines go ahead and start things off, looking to get the shot wide open. See, there's that extra pass. That's what Indonesia needed to do. Obviously, that one didn't go, but at least you got a cleaner look than they did towards the end of that game. And now they're speeding things up as Indonesia takes a quick 3-0 lead in the first.
Yeah, it's a similar start to the first game. Both teams are very eager to score and get a sense for the game right off the bat. As Philippines and Zaval in front pulls up for a 2. And that is good to open things up for Philippines.
Looking to go ahead and answer back as Indonesia kept things close, but just not close enough. Top of the key. No one thought that man could shoot, but he proves him wrong as he buries it from the top of the key. 6-2. Indonesia to get the steal right back as well. Great timeout call because you don't want your big foot to step out of bounds, but Indonesia, V, getting the momentum as we start things off here in the first.
Absolutely. See, and who did I call out? It's Hazen. He's the one who gets the seal in, calls the timeout. No teammates were close by just to make sure they can play this to their benefit, to the T, so to say. Vertinho, though, stuck in the corner. You can see 𝐂𝐄 there trying to box him out as much as possible, and it is going to be an out-of-bounds play off the hand of 𝐂𝐄, I think. So Indonesia still in possession. 10 seconds on the shot clock. And Sinaga now puts the ball back into play. Vertinho in a similar position. Screen set up for him. The ball goes slightly over. Hazen there, though, with the rebound. Another 10 seconds to play. Dansagori, the man I wanted to see more of, is the one to get the 2.
See how the Philippines are able to respond back from this slow start. Even though it's been about a minute and a half, it's a quick 8-2 lead for them. Papa doesn't want to go ahead and take that one. Gets it back to Zava. Had a shot. Decided to pass it up to Ice too fast. Brings it up. Goes ahead and bailout pass. Great defense being played by Indonesia in this one. Oh, they almost gave it up. The offensive rebound is there if they wanted, but not needed as they go ahead and knock down that shot.
Yeah, absolutely. An amazing match between the two so far. Indonesia have come with an agenda. They want to make sure they show Philippines that they have something to be afraid of in the grand finals and give them a taste of their own medicine a bit early on.
Zav almost goes ahead and loses that one. Try to get a little bit of pick and roll action. Calls a cut from the left side. Gets that one to go. And you got to change things up like that, right? You can't just always go pick and roll, pick and pop. You got to call some cuts. You got to call for some other screens, off-ball screens ideally, some plays to just give a different look to the defense so they're not used to knowing what you're always going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the reasons why I want to see more of these cut-in plays is that just the fact that, like, if you can condition your opponent to think that the corners are a danger because of cut-in plays, that kind of opens up the front of the arc for those three-pointers. So you can just fake out a cut play and instead pass back out to get a free open three-pointer instead.
𝐂𝐄 resets it right back to Ice too fast, dribbling around, trying to find the open space. Oh my goodness, what a move. The execution was there, but he couldn't get that one to drop.
I can't believe that didn't find the net. No way it bounces out. Dansagori on the three-point line. Passes back over to Vertinho. Behind him, Vertinho far too, but Hazen is there with the rebound. Dansagori as well, open for a pass. Instead, Hazen holds on and provokes a personal foul against him. So 14 seconds on the shot clock. Vertinho close by to take the ball. Kind of open to make a play happen. Chooses to drive it and takes it home. 13-6. As the first game finished in favor of Philippines, and they were only up by 4. So Indonesia needs to finish this game with 5 or more points to be considered winners of this series. But either way, both of these teams will meet again in the grand finals afterwards.
The game speed on this one is just insane, right? You always just think that a guard's going to go inside and take the easy 2 because the lane's open, but they also can anticipate that the corner might go ahead and drop, so they come back to the right for the long 2, and that's that skill gap. That's taking it to the next level of not just knowing what you're going to do, but knowing what your opponent's going to do. Therefore, you can adjust what you're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matter of both reading and faking out your opponent. That is a beautiful attempt. Finally rattles through for Philippines. What felt like ages without scoring, at least in my mind. As 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 finds the pass, though stopped on the three-point line, over to Hazen on the left-hand side corner. Lino there as well. Hasn't scored just yet in this game, I believe, but no worries. Ball handed over to Vertinho. You can see Zaval is just close by, making sure Vertinho can't make a fast move. 0 seconds to shoot. Shot clock violation called. Fourth one of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, in a game like this one, those possessions matter that much more. You don't want to lose those opportunities because even if you get the shot up, it's not a good one. You have a chance at an offensive rebound, and that's what you want to capitalize on. And now we've got less than 30 left. 3-point lead for Indonesia.
They need to hold on to it. If anything, hold on to the momentum as the clock is running down in the first quarter. So Vertinho, this is going to be a last-second affair again. Needs to make it count just to finish off on a positive note. And makes it happen. 19-13. 5 seconds remaining for Philippines to score.
See how they're able to respond back. Looks like a contested shot, but it doesn't matter as he buries it right before the quarter ends.
In a different position, I feel like he had a lot more success. Zava, though, finds another three-pointer, and it's an even scoreboard now. Still a low-scoring game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. A lot of defense being played. And again, it goes back to, you play these teams so much, you know what's going to happen, which is why the grand finals, if it does end up being these two teams, will end up being very entertaining because then that's 4 straight games at the very least that they would have played each other within a span of 3 hours. As the Philippines trying to bring it up the court down by 3, looking to find a way to go ahead and tie things up. Ice too fast, takes that shot. Slightly looked contested, not able to get it to drop.
Lino able to get that pass, and what a play from 𝐂𝐄, making sure that he at least attempts to deny. But Lino on the free throw line will find success with the first, and, well, I mean, what are the odds, right? Yeah, of course, he gets the second as well.
There you go, building up the lead to 5. Getting bumped around from Indonesia. Gets it past half court, though. Oh, left corner! Left corner!
Wide open, and still doesn't make it. Yeah, Papa with the rebound, but 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 instantly fouls just to reset the play. Avoid any danger. Papa sets things back in motion. Ice, though. That's a cut in and a half to slam it home. Narrows it down to +3 only in favor of Indonesia right now. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 on the three-point line. Fakes the pass to the right-hand side corner. Back over to Vertinho. And that is a lot of friendly action right now happening as Vertinho does find an open 3, but was still in motion, so wasn't precise enough.
I'm not sure if they're going to call it or not, but keep an eye whenever you have Indonesia that's on the ball on the offensive side. Possible cuts from the left hash because that defender is playing a little bit too tight, so they could fake like a pick and roll action and then call a cut from the left hash. But for now, they knocked down a 3. We talked about the pick and pop opportunities for these teams, and Indonesia seems to be taking advantage of it.
Absolutely, and I think they're trying to take Philippines by surprise, giving the ball over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 on the three-point line. I said it already, it's not that typical to see him go for these three-pointers, but he does find a decent amount of success with them. So that is definitely an advantage, I would say, for Indonesia to make advantage of. Vertinho, though, with the breakaway play, pulls up for 2, and that was, I would say that was counts as a contested shot. Zaval calls a timeout, 29-21. So Indonesia are in the right point differential to be counted as winners in the series should the game finish right now, but we still have another half in front of us and another half of this quarter.
Quick little foul there by Indonesia. 2:11 left to go in the second. 8-point lead. Philippines looking to cut the deficit on it. Pick and roll at the top. There's a little bit of a cut from the left corner. Calls a wrap. Coming back to set the pick. Looking for a little bit of space. Dancing around. Trying to find an opening. Gets it to the left side now.
Zava stopped. Pulls up for an open three-pointer. That, of course, goes through. As Zava does very rarely miss these. Vertinho, though, looking to set up his team for success. Hazen kind of asking for the pass there. Instead is Dansagori again with a three-pointer attempt. Snug is there to get the rebound, and yet again an instant foul called. Hazen with the ball, hands it over to Vertinho. Positions himself in the corner, blocking foul called. And now on the free throw line is Vertinho. Should be making these any time of the day. Gets the first.
Where you going, buddy? You got another one.
He forgot. He forgot. He's like, nah, I'm done. And there we go. Yeah, so Indonesia in the bonus. Plays to their benefit, given the point gap. Ice on the three. A difficult shot to make, but again, Papa there with the rebound. He is doing an absolutely amazing job for Philippines in the recovery department.
Yeah, everyone just kind of crashes on the shooter, right? So everyone just trying to contest a shot, leaves the paint a little bit open for the offensive rebound, which is why they go ahead and foul, just because they don't want to give up the easy three on the pass back.
Well, Indonesia so far have done a great job showing us that they can adapt quickly and slightly make adjustments to find success playing against Philippines. And I would say, if anything, seeding that little seed of doubt in the minds of Philippines about how confident are they on the matter of how the grand finals are going to go. 31 to 29 though, so Philippines have closed down the gap significantly. Only two-point lead for Indonesia now.
Yeah, I think if you keep it close, you're feeling good. No matter which way, if you lose two close ones or you win two close ones, as long as you keep them close, I think you're feeling pretty good going into the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely, and that goes for pretty much really any type of scenario, be it grand finals or more group games, etc. As long as you can keep the scores close, you'll always have that confidence that's like, it was just a few misplays, nothing major like that. Whereas when you're facing a blowout, it feels like nothing was going your way, and you don't really know what to adjust at that point.
See what adjustments are going to be made as they're on their fast break opportunity. Got the lead. Now they're looking to push up on it themselves before they close the half.
Ice passes back over to Zava. Zava, the man is on fire and looking to extend that fire and to make it grow bigger. Papa again with the rebound. Fast pass to Zava for another attempt at the three. Not good. And there's the adjustment.
See what adjustments end up being made here in the second half as well. As you have the Philippines that go ahead and regain the lead here to close out the second. But we'll see if they're able to kind of continue the pace of high scoring like they typically like, or just kill some clock and bring out everything for the grand finals here in about 10 minutes of gameplay.
Well, given the fact that Philippines has overtaken the lead now, be it only a single point, still means that Philippines are in it to win it, both in quote-unquote groups as well as the grand finals, right? So they want to make sure they go out with a perfect score and with a bang straight to their home arena.
No one would go ahead and doubt you then. You want to erase all possible comments of how you got lucky to do this, how you got lucky to do that. Here's a fast break opportunity. Have a man wide open in the paint. He goes ahead and gets the easy two, and we're right back to Indonesia having a lead as they extend it back and forth. Philippines looking to respond back and take the lead right again. Has the cut. Beautiful look, beautiful pass. The execution was great from the left corner.
Yeah, Clue, once again, right place, right time, has been one of the key instruments as to why Philippines has found so much success. Having the willingness to do what is required rather than what you are comfortable with, I feel like is an amazing trait to have. You're playing NBA 2K, 3 seconds to shoot. Vertinho pulls up for three, and that's good.
Great job finding the open spot, using the pick to your advantage as he knocks down the three from the top of the key.
Zava tries to answer with 3 of his own. Second opportunity. This time it's good. Redemption for Philippines, keeping it a +1 score line. Finished with +4 in the first game between the two. Lino on the 3-point line has been actually quite silent in this second game. Was amazing in the first. And that is going to be a personal foul. Indonesia's ball still. Nice shot.
Beautiful.
Very nice shot from Vertinho. Not hesitating at all. Recognizing the fact he's wide open for one. And was ready to do just that. Hazen, though, has a bit of trouble keeping up with the pace of Zava. Gives that job over to his teammate. You can see Dansigori as well joining in, but that leaves 𝐂𝐄 wide open. Oh, back over to Zava on the 3-point line. Beautiful block work, but not enough. And Philippines score again.
They just continue to go back and forth, trading the buckets. Great job there, just being patient, right? You've got all 24 seconds on the shot clock. Use it to find the open spot. Shoot it!
And I'm just thinking now, you know, like is either team using this match also to scout out current tendencies, you know, like having these last second pass into final second shot plays in place? Is Indonesia scouting for what is the response in a situation like that from Philippines, you know, like taking it to the next level?
I do always, you know, I think it's just going to be interesting how these guys and gals go ahead and lock in for the grand finals right after this one. What type of conversations are happening? What type of adjustments the coaches are making? As you can see, the coaches, at least for the Philippines, are right behind the players, keeping an eye on everything.
Yeah, I think it's the same for Indonesia as well. At least, I think, if anything, in close vicinity, you know, always available, of course, is the coaching staff, and they surely have a lot of valuable input, also knowing the team's ins and outs. So, of course, they're in the best position to call for adjustments in these situations. As I say that, though, Vertinho, lingering on the 3-point line, finds a beautiful play towards the left-hand side to get an open 3. Unfortunately, doesn't find success, but the rebound is still good for Indonesia. Lino holding on to it. That is a difficult 2-pointer to make, almost from behind the board.
Number 26, second personal foul, second team foul.
27 points for the guard for the Philippines.
Dansigori just holding on to this one. 40 seconds remaining. 4 on the shot clock. Over to Lino, wide open for 3. That has to be through, and it is, as it is yet again an even score between the two. 45-45 in game number 2, round number 3. Moments before the grand final. We'll still have one more quarter to play between the two before we cut back to them. This time, though, all ready for a chance to take the slot. So, you know, we spoke about in the beginning about the fact that, like, we're just getting a tasting here. I would say the menu is amazing in terms of basketball.
Oh, absolutely. I would be a little bit disappointed if when we get to the grand finals,
imagine it's completely
it's
different.
Just a blowout. It's just a complete blowout. You know what I mean? But before we get to that, though, we have still a whole quarter to go here in game number 2 of round number 3. As that shot's not going to go. 2-point lead for Indonesia heading into the 4th quarter.
45, the visiting team.
Well, Philippines definitely have shown resilience, if anything, given the fact that Indonesia were in the lead for quite a while. 𝐂𝐄 from the corner, not taking the shot just yet. Passes over back to Zava. And Ice, with a cutaway play, makes himself available. And, of course, makes sure the ball finds the hoop. 49-45. Starting off strong is Philippines in the 4th quarter. And Indonesia have been slightly silent in the scoring department. I feel like last few offensive plays have gone down to the final seconds, and this one is no exclusion. Vertinho, though, a far 3-pointer to take. Sanaga with the rebound is there, instantly fouled against. So I love the fact that Philippines are not shying away for fighting for possessions early on and going in for those steals.
Oh, I think he stepped out of bounds there. Indeed, he did, and that's going to be the Philippines ball. Not what you want to have with mistakes happening in the fourth quarter, but better now.
Better now. Absolutely. These are still the times where, you know, you can test how things pan out and slightly risk it.
Just get it out of your system.
Yeah. You know, those are the invasive thoughts, right? Like, you have the ball, just step out of the court. What could happen?
Yeah, just do it. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's fine. Just a video game. It's not like $50,000 prize pool is on the line. That's cool.
Yeah. Nation's pride on the line.
Amen to that as they go ahead and knock that one down.
47 Indonesia make it a 2-point game. 𝐂𝐓 passes over to Papa. Papa, again, huge shout out to him. I mean, he's had tons of rebounds collected in favor of Philippines. 𝐂𝐓 holding on to this one. 7 seconds to shoot. Sharp pass to 𝐂𝐄, but the defense is there for Indonesia. Fast breakaway play from Lino to secure the 2 and make it an even game yet again. 3 minutes left. Absolutely.
Tied up at 49 apiece. Let's see what type of action they bring up. Just kind of running it up. There you go.
Bertinho once again looking to set up the play. Dansagori holding on to the ball for now. Stopped. Felt like mid-transition. Hazen, what a difficult shot. That could have been an and one opportunity as well. Not going to be, though, as 𝐂𝐓 finds a wide open 3 opportunity for himself. And, of course, he's just so damn good with those. It's crazy.
Just like that, a blink of an eye. It was 49-49. Now it's 55-49. 2:33 left to go in the third.
Well, last game finished with 58 to 54 in favor of Philippines. Let's see if they can hit an identical scoreline. That would be amazing.
Oh, there you go.
Beautiful stuff from Dansagori, using that height advantage in his favor. Hazen starting things off nice and early, pressuring from the defense and almost finds success. He does as well. Now just need to make sure they play this one out to their advantage. Indonesia, beautiful chance for a free offensive play. Tries to go for the pass, but too many defensive players around Lino, though. Still Dansagori, back-to-back plays from him. 55 to 53.
And here's where things get interesting because they're going to continue to apply pressure on him. See, oh, he was wide open. Oh, my goodness. Hello.
And man, that's 𝐂𝐄, and he leaves his opponents guessing as to where he showed up from. Kind of forcing their hand as well to foul in that situation. Papa, though, close to the rim. Doesn't go for the shot. Opts in for the pass. Second time. A beautiful intercept from Indonesia. Hazen holding on to it. Passes back to Bertinho. Hazen repositioning himself. And wow! Well, look at that. A wide open lane for Bertinho. Just like the seas parted for him.
Pretty much got the runway cleared, and now we're tied up at 55 apiece. 1:12 left to go. That's going to be a foul. That is going to put them in the bonus and at the line to shoot 2. I don't know if they knew that before they committed that foul, but nonetheless, knocks down the first one for Philippines and also the second one to give them a 2-point lead with 1:12 left to go in the fourth.
Yeah, that is unfortunate if you're unaware. That puts them in the bonus, right? Because, like, really running down the clock like this and having Philippines in the bonus means, like, you have to be A, but at the same time, you're going to be forced to take risks. Given the fact that it is an even game here in the series, Indonesia is down by 4, so they need to be up by 5 by the end of it all, and there's only 50 seconds remaining. And Ice, of course, is running down the clock, holding onto the ball. Back over to 𝐂𝐓. 𝐂𝐓 with the 3 is good. And rarely misses those.
Way to knock down that shot. Plenty of time left in this one as he's trying to get his boost. Trying to get some points. You can see the 3 hunting. That's going to be a foul, though. Close to being an and one, but 3 free throws coming up.
Bertinho gets the first. Should get the second. And gets the third.
If I'm the Philippines, I'm calling a timeout as soon as he knocks down this one, simply so you can advance the ball and get a 2-for-1 opportunity with less than 40 seconds left to go. We'll see what they do. But we're tied up at 60 apiece. They do have 3 timeouts. They decide not to call it.
The Philippines just holding on to this, and they're trying to force the hand of Indonesia. Instead, it is Papa to slam it home, actually. So Indonesia still can make this happen. Vertinho just needs to be fast and decisive. Fast pass over to Lino. Back to Vertinho. Somehow that pass connected. That's a Gordy position wide open.
All right. Here we go.
18 seconds. Hazen has to make a move. Instead, opts in not to foul against. 10 seconds on the clock, and Papa is just holding on to this one. He knows the job is done. Hands it over to Zava. And Zava probably was going to go for that final 3. There we go.
Knocks it down. I mean, that's just the way you want to close out. That's the type of momentum you want. 65-62 to wrap up game number 2 in that round 3 of the qualifiers. Of course, we've got a lot more action coming up here in just a second. We'll break it down. But break down that game for me from your eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Indonesia started off extremely strong, I would say. Very decisive in their adaptations. Dancigori as well becoming a huge factor in the game. But not only that, Hazen with the steals, as well as with transition plays, I think was one of the key reasons behind Indonesia's success. Managing to keep it very, very close in the second game comparatively to the first. Similar scenarios, different score lines, but nonetheless, Indonesia keeping it very competitive and very real for them, and possible to take the W here. For Philippines, again, you know, these contested shots, man, it's ridiculous what Philippines is able to put up, especially Zava, you know, in transition, falling back, fadeaway defense guy on top of him. It doesn't matter the circumstance. It can be raining, a rainstorm outside. He'll probably score a 3 anyway.
And it can definitely be demoralizing on the defensive side, but a great matchup. But now everything that has happened thus far, it kind of goes away. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick little 10-minute break. We're going to come back with the grand finals, and guess who it is?
It's none other than Philippines and Indonesia. So we called it out beforehand. You can see how the points have made it to come to fruition. Philippines having 6 points to their name, Indonesia 5 respectively. Mongolia, a very, very valid attempt, but unfortunately slightly short this time around. And for Thailand, there's still adaptations that need to be done, but Thailand also a very, very, very fresh roster, so they are still finding their pace within the region. So grand finals up next between Indonesia and Philippines, and we just got a tasting of it. Very curious to see how and will anything change.
And of course, it's going to be a best of 3. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the grand finals in the Asia region for eFIBA Season 3.
Remember when there were no MP3s but CDs? Didn't care about germs, no concern of disease. Street lights came on, we high-fived and we leave. Back in the days, it wasn't so hard to believe that I would wake up as the Black Power Ranger. Never scared of danger, snapping my fingers to the beat of my drum. Became addicted to fun, we would fight with our hands. Never needed a gun, we would gladly chill in the house, play mom and daddy. The greatest feeling was when nobody could ever tag me. So happy, not being the last to be chosen, to run to the candy lady to buy us a Frozen. We were just kids up to no good. Remember the first time you watched Boys in the Hood? Rat tail in the back while my barber fades me. Do you remember when? Yes, no, maybe?
You would hear a song you liked and it felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend and she would read it to all of her girlfriends? Remember staying up all night Talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys.
Yeah.
Remember G.I.
Hey yo, I wrote this shit up all day. A long stay in the hallway. Harking back to an era of the tape play. Hitting on the track well, on a max L. With the spitting, the beginning of a rap tale. Elastic scoop through Luke shine vividly. In due time, produce rhyme synergy. And for the longest, caught the blinking of the torment. Till inkling of performance, still thinking of his dormant. And so it be, who hold close and kept dear. Were left there, won't know folks by next year. For ties cut, invest shares, perplex peers. Rise up, reflect fear, for hex snares. The rest cheer, know we did it for a purpose. Poem of a kid who never did scratch surface. Until he own it, respect the craft for proponents. Cause it ain't over till it's sown.
Remember
what?
You would hear a song you like, and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend, and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys. Remember G.I. Joe.
I used to play Mortal Kombat with Matthew. I swore he used to cheat. I swear I could never beat him. Those sour jawbreakers, I swear I could never eat him. Baddest chick in the school, I swear I could never meet her. Until I wrote her a letter telling her I'm a singer. Me and Terrence would draw pictures of sneakers. Me and Ashley used to be in the class singing. I wrote my first rap in the back of the class thinking, I'm feeling it, yeah. Feel alive, did you get feeling alive? If you feel it, raise your L in the sky. I remember selling my mixtape in high school. They was really kind of supportive at my school. I was selling cassette tapes for $5. I was making my own beats. I was beatboxing.
Brown, brown, sugar, that brown, brown, hey. 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 Brown, brown, sugar, that brown, brown, hey.
Team 59. Number
I mean, we were just sitting back, you know, chopping it up, reminiscing about the good old days and all that. You know, tracking my roots, where I came from and where I'm going. But like I say, man, always said it. It's not about the destination. No. It's all about the journey. Ain't nothing changed but the weather.
The dangling carrot that hang from the rear view. Your dreams in the past ain't nowhere near you. Backseat drivers got nothing but 2 cents. Shotgun riders too biased, they all liars. I should get an A for effort, I'm too tired. But I'm never giving up, that's why I'm kinda admired. Role model, like it or not, I gotta play it. Sugarcoat the rhyme sometimes, but still say it. Said I was quitting at 40 is just a fib. I'm still a kid that's wiping the food off of my bib. You ever wanted something so bad that you could taste it? Cried over every opportunity wasted. Good and bad news, which one you want first? Either way you pick, the bad still gon' hurt you the worst. I never got the bask in the fruits of the labor, and I never got the cash from that dude from the label. I'm just thinking back.
Can we go way back? Way back, way back. Can we go way back? Way back, way back. It's time to go way back. Way back, way back, way back.
You see, in retrospect, I would've did it the same. In hindsight, I'm the only one to blame. I ain't picky, I'm just real specific. I want nothing less than terrific. I know y'all get it. I'm aggressive, so our style is clashing. Killer instinct, and I play with passion. I'd rather be hated for being one of the realest than get a lot of love for these overrated appearance. I can stand on skill alone, but I'm a package deal. I can write the whole song and rap for real. I got my head in the cloud with a pun intended. I don't need to see nobody, I don't want no visits. Introverted, I just flirt with the music. Small circles, how I choose it. Stay away from squares, they the one that look like a L7. I've been doing this since I was 11, and the shit gets real. Here we go way back, way back, way back. Here we go way back, way back, way back. It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. Pure pandemonium when I'm in the building. Grown man flow, I ain't got time for the children. Now you can boo me, jump off, I'm winning. I still love you though, shout out to the women. Watch, you was cool, they was acting wild. Walk in, leave drunk, it was packed for aisle. Belligerent students, man, the shit got messy. Remind me of my first show I did at the Red Sea. I ain't had no DJ, just the tape deck. Opened up for Son of Star Child, I love that. Met this cat named Larry, he was with the Avengers. Showed me how to make moves and walk with the winners. Soon went to the pen, I never seen him again. But I did a couple shows with his friends. Lumberjack, brown clown, so-and-so, and do with the orange pants. 10 years later, now I'm rocking the orange pants. But they jabos though, you know, fresh to death, always and forever. Don't get it twisted, number one listed, Nitro, with the nice flow, you know, it is. Take a picture, baby, it'll last longer. All in your mouth, yeah. In retrospect, I'm just thinking back to the time when it was all good. The golden era. Giving everything you need, you a precious seed. Don't ever let it keep you when the waves of life come crashing down. Rise above, don't ever let it sink you. Me, I don't like to tell people what to do, but I'm speaking from experience. If I can help another person out going through this hell, then I hope they're hearing this. Like when you're going through the hardest times, what you read the book. You can hit the bar, call hard, get it shook. You a son of the most sign, not a crook. While you on the block, man, ball with a hard look. I've had a hard time since I was a baby, struck down to the ground. My life crazy, tragedies hitting my family. Copers no longer coping like they. I gotta do the hardest thing that a man gotta do. Bow down, give it up, that's real talk. If you wanna go your own way, that's death without life. You outline the right chalk. Already real, recognize real. Everybody want the truth, yo. I don't wanna blow it. We living in a culture where the people turn up, but they better humble down before it's too late to slow it. So when you wanna be picked up, raise your hands up to the Father like a little baby do. You ain't gotta live your life on your own. When the waves start to crash, have a team by you. And I ain't talking about a team where you have to be initiated just to be.
It's the matchup in the series that we've been waiting for. It is the grand finals in the Asia region. It's two teams, the best of the best, competing for the #1 spot. You've got Indonesia challenging the Philippines. We've seen these teams play quite some times now, and now we get to see them play in the grand finals. What are you expecting out of this matchup?
Yeah, beforehand we were just testing the waters between these two. Now it's all marbles on the line and a chance to book in that slot. I'm expecting really for Philippines to actually try and amp up the pace. I feel like they have a good feeling on how Indonesia plans to play this. And I think what they're gonna do is throw a spanner in the wheels and see how they act under pressure, right? Because like so far, Indonesia have really been in a position where they're just kind of trying to answer what Philippines are saying, but I can't really say they have been under that amount of pressure. And you can see as well how we got to this point. Yesterday kicked things off with Indonesia taking a W over Mongolia, Philippines doing the same over Thailand, and afterwards in round 2, Indonesia is securing a win over Thailand and Philippines over Mongolia, respectively. Here in round 3 today, Mongolia did put up a great showing up against Thailand, showing they're a force to be reckoned with within the region. And however, in the game that we just saw, Philippines was able to come out on top eventually. However, it was a very close game between the two. Now, we slightly touched upon the subject that it is unlikely that this is going to be a blowout. And that being said, though, I have to give a shout out to Indonesia, right? You have Hazen, Dansagori, 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂, Vertinho, Lino. All these guys have been performing amazingly for their nation. And again, Hazen, Dansagori, especially, these guys are just putting up numbers that are quite impressive. But what about Philippines, India?
Well, you can already see the Philippines from the camera, the angle there. They're taking screenshots. They're trying to figure out what their strategies are going to be, what everything's going to look like. So you want to talk about a squad that rolls deep with an entourage to help them succeed. That's going to be the Philippines. You got to keep an eye on social, see how he's going to want to go ahead and be a little bit more active and knock down shots. And of course, 𝐂𝐄, try to get some more points off of the 2 guard, and Ice Too Fast is going to try to go and get some rebounds on that side of things as well. So a lot of gameplay, a lot of action to keep an eye on. But you can see them just always prepping, always trying to figure out what exactly does the film say, what are the tendencies, how are we going to be able to take advantage of this matchup to go ahead and get the dub. But of course, you can plan as much as you would like, but at the end of the day, it is all about execution. And we're just waiting for these teams to go ahead and load up so that we can go ahead and take advantage of some great back-to-back matchups between them. Dare I ask a prediction? I don't know if we're allowed to. I don't know if I'm allowed to. I don't know if I'm allowed to. Am I breaking rules here? I don't know.
I don't know. It's not in the script. We can go ahead and say our predictions. I feel like just because off the back of the fact that Philippines, are quote unquote defending their home turf to some degree, and at least trying to book themselves a slot within their home country, and looking forward to that great support. I think there's a lot of support already behind them, and just off the back of that, I feel like they'll be able to ride the wave and get to the grand finals. Now, will it be in a 2-0 or 2-1 fashion? That is still up for debate, and I can't say I'm entirely confident in trying to make a prediction in that aspect. But I think the Philippines will be able to come out on top.
Yeah, I think the Philippines, for the simple fact of they can kind of control their own pace. And if they go ahead and knock down a bunch of shots, knock down the buckets, and kind of go up and run up the score, I'm not quite sure if Indonesia is going to be able to find a way to continue going toe-to-toe, bucket for bucket, point for point. That's my biggest concern. But again, you never know. Indonesia can go ahead and control the pace and slow things down and cause some issues for Philippines. Philippines could go ahead and have some troubles to go ahead and knock down the shot. So a lot of different ways for this one to go, as we are just a couple of minutes from tipping off.
I think for Indonesia, a lot is going to ride on the shoulders of Hazen. He was able to dictate the pace in the previous match as well in favor of Indonesia and set his team up for success. So I think, obviously, he's quite experienced in that aspect and clearly has no problem going toe-to-toe against Philippines. So I think he's going to play a crucial role coming into this match. Having said that, though, I want to see also more three-pointers from Lino. He was so successful in that department. As long as it's a clean line of shot, he has a high percentage of success in that sense.
I don't know where Hazen went. We got a game, baby.
He's like,
where you going?
Taking 5. quick look out the window before the match starts, just to ground yourself really and prepare for the match. There's a lot that happens behind the scenes in preparation, and one of the things also is I know a lot of esports professionals do various breathing exercises just to make sure that your nerves are calm and your hands are steady, because you're going to need that perfect release to get those good shots in.
Yeah, and of course, it's always a mental game when you play the game of 2K, as much as it is in terms of skill set as well. So it's nice to see them kind of calming things down, trying to go ahead and get into this matchup here in just a few moments.
You can see, I think the Philippines just moments ago shared a little fist bump across the board as well amongst the players. So everyone's locked in and ready to go. And then moments will start as well. And look, like, not only, of course, bragging rights is on the line, of course, the opportunity to take a chunk of that $50K prize pool as well. That would be an amazing cherry on top of things if one of the two manages to do that on the World Finals that is going to take place in the Philippines on the 11th and 12th of December.
Here we go. You've got the load up for the grand finals of the Asia region. You have Indonesia taking on the Philippines. Indonesia in the white, Philippines in the blue. It is a best of 3. First one to win 2. And this is game number 1.
Grand final time, baby. If there ever was a tip-off you want to win, it's this one. It goes Philippines' way. Instantly, the ball is going to be passed over to Miguel Carlo. He's looking to set up a fast play and pulls up on the free throw line. Not going to be good, but Don Preach, of course, is there with the rebound and gets the 2 to open things up in favor of Philippines, and claps across the board for Philippine supporters.
Yeah, I know they missed that shot, but what I love is the fact that they missed that shot, but he took that shot in the first place because he knew the center was in position to get the rebound, and he waited for his chance. He got the pump fake, defender in the air, and then he went ahead and got up for it. And beautiful swing coming in from the right side as they get the block, and now they're looking to push the pace on the offensive end.
Yeah, exactly. This is the pace we were talking about, right? Quick turnovers, fast breakaway plays. That's the name of the game for Philippines. Knock Indonesia out of balance. And for Indonesia, it's about regaining control in this, and they need to pop a bucket or two through to make sure that, you know, they're staying relevant in this. Philippines up by 5 so far. Indonesia really haven't been in a position to even score right now. Dansagori stopped on the 3-point line. Vertinho is there to help things out. Dansagori trying to set up a screen for him. Vertinho says, no, it's not really needed. Finds himself wide open, goes for the place, dunks it home, and gets the 2 Indonesia needed so much.
See what they're able to capitalize on. Takes that one almost. Pump fakes it. Great job trying to find a cut. A lot of traffic there. Looking for a little bit of space. He finds it, and he buries it as well. 8-2. Philippines on top. 3:33 left to go in the first half in this game 3 of the grand finals, where it's the best of 3.
And Miguel Carlo played that 3-pointer beautifully. You know, he hit the brakes mid-sure. Vertinho passes him, flies by. And as I say that, though, Vertinho says, look, man, you can do all you want. I can do the same as well. And puts up a 3-pointer for Indonesia. As now Don Preach in possession of the ball. Miguel Carlo close by to take it. Zava also making himself available on the 3-point line, but it's going to be Social to take the shot from the corner. Rebound is there for Don Preach, as Dansagori doesn't find success. Almost a steal happens, though, in favor of Indonesia. Not good enough just yet. Miguel Carlo, a contested 3-pointer, bounces out, but again, Don Preach with his 3rd consecutive rebound.
Back to back to back, and you can see how he just positions himself in the way where he can get those easily, and he goes ahead and takes advantage of it, just goes up by himself. A great job to position himself to get those offensive rebounds in the first place. That's going to be a quick foul. 10-5, Philippines lead it. I think you have like 5 assistant coaches behind the Philippines. I think each player has an assistant coach.
Well, there's also other players as well involved. The Philippines have quite the wide lineup, and they've actually made a few switches coming into this game. One of them on our screens right now, Miguel Carlo, you know, he didn't play in that previous game, so he was on the sidelines watching how Indonesia plays, probably getting a good idea in his mind as to how he wants to play it. And that is, you know, you pull out all the cards when it comes to the grand finals, and having a wide lineup is one of those if you're Philippines.
I'm not quite sure how they went ahead and let that back door be open from the left hash, but they did. They get the bucket. Indonesia now looking to respond back. There's a cut from the left side. They're going to look to return the favor, but that's another block coming in from the right. They are swinging on the defensive side on the Philippines.
And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You know, it does feel like Indonesia has been slightly surprised by this swap of players and slight adjustment in style as well as the pace of the game. So obviously, Philippines coming out guns blazing. They want to keep up the pace till the very end and make sure Indonesia doesn't get an easy way back into this. And once again, Don Preach, you know, that amazing defensive work from him, both in rebounds and blocking. currently is a big part as to why Philippines have been able to find so much success early on into this. There's still 1:15 left in the first quarter as Indonesia is trailing by 5 and looking for redemption. But another steal.
Don't move a muscle, nor did the defense. He just threw it to him. He thought he was going to drop from the right corner, but he didn't. And that one gets stolen away. Look for an easy basket, as he thought he was going to maybe take a midi. He didn't think he was just going to go up and run it and slam it down, but he does. 7-point lead now for the Philippines. To no one's surprise, they're having a little bit of a tough time keeping up, but you're still well within reach, as they're going to take another shot. That one's contested. That's an offensive rebound. Excuse me, a defensive rebound as they look to push the pace of the Philippines.
Yeah, Social holding on to the ball, though, making sure everyone's in the positions they need to be. Ice now looking to perhaps score the first points to his name. No, instead it's going to be Don Preach who finds the two close to the rim. 16-7 now, up by 9 is Philippines. And I feel like, if you're in Indonesia here, you should start thinking about perhaps calling a quick timeout, just to rebalance yourselves and share a few wise words across the board, because I feel like they feel slightly surprised about what is happening.
Go ahead and take care of business there on the 16-17, less than 10 seconds left to go. Philippines call a cut. Oh, what a beautiful steal there. They've got a chance to go ahead and put some points up on the board. The shot goes up. The shot doesn't go down, and that's the way the first quarter ends at 16-7 at the end of one here in game one, as they look to start quarter number 2 with the slam.
Yeah, Dansagori, right place, right time off the back of that pass from Hazen. And Hazen on your screens now looking to see if he can perhaps get another steal in from Miguel Carlo. Having said that, though, it's Ice too fast with the ball. Can't really find the dribble he's looking for. Having said that, though, the defense just splits up.
All right. Look, listen. The man did the same move 3 times. Same move 3 times. And the defense was just like, bet you want to do it the 4th time. And he did.
Yeah, right. It did.
As we go ahead and see if they're able to go ahead and catch up. They've got a 10-point lead for the Philippines. Indonesia, beautiful play, just kind of running around the world, and shots that one from the left side.
Seems like Philippines are going to have no trouble responding to this. Miguel Carlo pulls up for a 3-pointer of his own and still keeps it a +10 in favor of Philippines for now, as there's still 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Dansagori holds on to the ball. Hazen is wide open for a pass. Instead, opts in not to give it to him. Passes it over to Vertinho. Screen set up for him, but the defense is just too active. Dansagori fast pass out to Lino. Lino, can he make this happen? A far 2-pointer, but it's green.
Great job there to kind of hold things in. 24-16, 2:40 left to go. Philippines with it now. Calls a wrap, gets a player to the right side. Looking for a little bit of space. Has a shot. He's going to go ahead and take that one. Can't get it to go, though. Philippines missed that one. Indonesia with the ball. 2:25 left to go in the second.
And Vertinho, nice pass over to Dansagori. And this is what I was talking about, right? Like, you're so already factored to the thought that he's going to be playing up close. You're not expecting him to put up a 3-pointer like that.
And we'll see if they've got a lot more surprises in store for them or not. But it's beautiful shot, beautiful extra pass. Just can't get it to go, but the rebound secured, and that's going to be a quick foul on Indonesia right outside of 2 minutes. So they still have one to give if they decide to.
And I think for Don Preach, that was like, what, the 5th offensive rebound, something like that? So that is a very crazy number to have, given the fact that there's only been a one quarter closed and the second is midway. As Social pulls up for a 2. Not going to be good. Don Preach gets to touch the ball but can't catch it, and it finds Vertinho. Lino under the net, secures it, and gets the 2. Timeout called, of course, for Philippines, as the scoreline has been narrowed down only to a 3-point lead.
And I like this because you had Indonesia that now has scored 14 points in the second quarter. You want to go ahead and slow down their momentum a little bit and kind of regroup things. And that's what they're looking to do, is they take that shot, buries it as well. 7:21, minute 33 left here in the second.
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, says Indonesia, as they start to claw their way back into this. Now, Philippines, of course, keeping it competitive and still staying in front, but for how long? If 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 is left open like this, 2 points and easy ones at that. The Philippines thinking to themselves like, man, we really need to do something about that, huh?
They're doing their best, man. They're doing their best. Keep it on the corner cut. Looks like the Philippines have all the space they need. They also had the guard open at that point at the top of the key. Got it to him a little bit late.
Nonetheless, managed to score. And with 45 seconds remaining, Indonesia ideally would like to score fast here and then somehow turn Philippines offense into a turnover if they can. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 does exactly that. 35 seconds. They're going to have a decent amount of time to try and close this one out in their favor. But for that, they need a few buckets. Hazen.
Would have liked for them to try to get the 2 for 1, but of course it's a little bit too late now, so he's got to get the best shot.
Nice fake out pass from 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂, running down the clock, pulls up the 3-pointer from the corner. Not good, but there's another offensive rebound for Don Preach, and of course makes that one count as well. 16 seconds on the clock, 6-point advantage for Philippines as we're looking halftime approaching. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 holding on to the ball. Vertinho, can he put up another basket for his team? 3 seconds to shoot. Oh, just shy over.
And that's going to be the end of that half. You have 16 points coming up from the guard for the Philippines. So he's looking to put on a clinic from the offensive side. What are you expecting in terms of adjustment from the defensive side for either of these teams?
I think for Indonesia, well, they need to regain control on their defensive rebounds, first and foremost. You know, Don Preach has been an absolute menace close to the net, and they need to get control over him very quickly because I feel like he can absolutely snowball away the game for them. Having said that, though, look at what 𝐂𝐄𝐂 is doing right from the get-go. Goes for a steal and another one at that. Of course, is still going to remain in favor. The ball is going to remain in favor of Indonesia. But having said that, you can see what the plan is for Philippines. Apply pressure fast and early.
𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂 has 16 points coming into this third quarter. On the other side, you almost have a double-double for Vertinho. 3 for 4, 2 for 3 from the three-point line. So a tough, close battle here. Ooh, tough shot to fade away. Can't get it to go. Rebound secured, though, from the left corner as we reset it right back to 9 seconds now.
Yeah, 𝐂𝐄𝐂, I mean, again, this guy seems like he's always at the right place at the right time. Having said that, though, Lino finds himself wide open. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 not even required to be under the net. It's only a single-point game now between the two, as the third quarter has only just begun. But Indonesia, despite the fact that it feels like momentum is in favor of Philippines, have managed to find their way back into this.
Yeah, not just that. They're looking to kind of take the lead here, but the Philippines won't make it as much easier for them.
Vertinho has the opportunity to go for this. Slightly lingering on the free throw line. Gives it over to Hazen, and Hazen secures it. But that felt like it could have been a miscom situation. You know, you have a wide open opportunity, and instead you opt in for a pass.
Got the final, 8 minutes now, give or take, here in this one. Oh, you got to look at the left. He had a chance to kind of wrap himself all the way there. Still had it. There we go. Finds the open man. He's not able to go, but the offensive rebound is secured, and that's a smart foul before he went up for the easy 2.
Yeah, they knew Don Preach is going to land that any time of the day, so they had to go for the foul in that situation, right?
We'll see if they're able to walk away with some points here. 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂.
With that kind of a three-pointer, right?
5 for 9 so far in this one.
Lino up close. Back to Sinaga, back to Vertinho on the 3, and that's green as well. It's back-to-back threes for either side, keeping it a 2-point game between the two. Indonesia still trailing, but 2.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. And Philippines have to feel the pressure. You know, they were up by 10, I think, at one point, or at least close to it. And Indonesia have brought it back.
Yeah, I think they definitely have to be, and I think they definitely are feeling a bit of pressure for sure.
Indonesia now overtaking the lead. First time in the game, if we don't count the start. And 𝐂𝐄 is going to be fouled against. They know the risk this player poses. So Indonesia eager to reset the play with 17 seconds on the shot clock. Knowing Indonesia, that's more time than needed for them to make a resultant play. Social close to the net. Opts in to play it back out. Gives it over to 𝐂𝐄. And 𝐂𝐄 with a cut-in play will secure it to Philippines. Now
Nice
this is
call
going to be a backwards-forwards affair, no?
Oh, for sure, man. Especially with, I know we said a whole different quarter to play, but, they're going to try to go a little run and gun situation. Beautiful call from the left side. Defense doesn't get there from the right corner in time. Maybe the left corner should have swung and rotated down from the strong side. But nonetheless, Indonesia back with the lead. Philippines looking to reclaim it once again. Dribble moves. Trying to find a little bit of space. Got to shoot something before you get 3 in the key, though. 5 seconds to work with. Looking for an opening. Takes it back for the 3-point shot. Was the contest there in time? Yes, but who cares as they bury the 3 to take a 2-point lead here in the third quarter.
Yeah, Hazen even there for a moment. We saw on the player cams share the glimpse with his teammates saying, like, this guy, like he puts up threes like that. What can you do? Vertinho, though, with the possession, 55 seconds on the clock. Looking to respond perhaps with the same. That's Gori trying to set up a screen for him, but instead it's going to be Sinaga from the corner with a beautiful 3-pointer for Indonesia, taking the lead back again.
See how the Philippines are able to respond back. You see a bit of a double wrap. Looking to find a little bit of space inside. Nothing there. Great job by Indonesia staying in front. Got to play 24 seconds of great defense. So far, they played 22 seconds of defense, and they give it up in the final ones. That right corner, make you pay. 2-point lead. It's
always the corners, man. It's always the corners that make you pay. Well, look, it's the final offensive play, presumably, for Indonesia. So they want to run down the clock and put the final dot on the I, at least to have the momentum in their favor as we're going to be heading into the fourth quarter. 5 seconds to shoot. Vertinho pulls up a nice high arch on that 3-pointer, but it's not going to be good enough. And ice? Oh, I really thought for a second he's going to get it.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about it is that they knew that, hey, look, the clock is ticking. As soon as we get this rebound, we got to be in position. That's one. But you got to give credit to Indonesia as well that they are also knowing that. So they get back on the defensive side to not give up a free 3 look. And now it's a 2-point lead for Philippines. Let's see what they cook up here to start things off in the fourth quarter.
Hazen tried to go for a steal in that instance, but unfortunately ended up causing a foul. So play is reset. 8 seconds to shoot. Miguel Carlo finds himself open. An uncharacteristic miss, but Social with the recovery, though. Don Preaches there as well to get the rebound if needed. Miguel Carlo holding on. 5 seconds to shoot. Social... Can he get it? No, it's going to be down to Gori. A fast pass over to Vertinho. Tries to hand it to Hazen, but eyes too fast fouls. He knew those two were going through.
That rebound there by Indonesia was on a 2-on-1 situation. So 1, great job securing the rebound. And 2, great job by Philippines to control the foul and control the tempo of this one. Have them beat you in the the front court offense. And so far, they've been able to tie it up at 45 apiece, man. They were in for a good one.
And just now, Hazen making a statement play and that signature cut-in move from him. Social, though, responds with the same as well. So Philippines still keeping a +2 scoreline so far in their favor. 4 minutes to go in the first game of Grand Finals. This is a best of 3. So this means it doesn't matter the points. Whoever wins the game gets the point to their name. And whoever wins 2 games in this series is going to be crowned winner and is going to secure the ticket to Philippines.
Indonesia looking to respond back, tries to get it to the right corner. That's a wide open one. You had the defender right there, but just didn't even put a hand up to get the contest. And just like that, it's Indonesia with the 1-point lead.
Yeah, Philippines are not making this easy for themselves. Having said that, though, an amazing job done from Indonesia to pull it back, to take over the lead, to dictate the pace of the game. And now so active on the defense as well. You can see the trouble Philippines are having to find these openings. But having said that, a very far 3-pointer from Social.
Back and forth we go as the Philippines Looking to get a stop here, that would be huge, especially if they're able to get a fast break out of it. But oh my goodness, Indonesia with another shot. Puts them up by 1.
Man, this is probably the best game so far we had the chance to see. No, like it's a single point game. It is grand finals. Everything is on the line. Everyone is delivering. Both offense and defense also is delivering. It's really hard to find a fault here in any department.
Woo! Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. What a great shot. I mean, at this point, all I'm seeing is green flames. That's all I'm seeing. Doesn't matter who's got the ball. They're just lighting it up
all day long, and when it counts the most as well. 2.5 minutes remaining, all the pressure in the world on the shoulder of these young fine gentlemen coming together to defend the pride of their country, as well as to fight a way into the world finals for the chance to call themselves the best NBA 2K team in the world. What a three-pointer for Indonesia.
Oh my goodness, you gotta think about, like, what is this a type of pace you're gonna continue playing? Because right now there's plenty of time to, if you miss a shot, you get a couple of defensive stops and you get yourself right back into it. But I mean, let's just look at these dribble moves, right? Trying to find an opening. I thought you had it.
Really feel like he could have gone for it there. Ice Too Fast, though, comes in to help out. 4 seconds to shoot. Over back to Miguel Carlo. Ice Too Fast can take it if needed. Social instead from the corner. It has to be a 3-second clock violation, and that is the case, as Indonesia are very happy about that. They have an opportunity now to extend the lead. 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter of this first game of grand finals, and Hazen is going to be stopped on the 3-point line. Vertinho close by to overtake it. Another traffic jam, but this poses a threat for a cut-in play. Over to Lino, though. A three-pointer. Of course it's green, man. You were talking about the green flames. It's green all day.
There we go, 57-43, 1:41 left to go. Looking to get a quick bucket. I love this, right? You're so used to trading those threes back and forth, but now you get a chance to just get the easy 2. Take the easy 2. Go ahead and get a defensive stop, and then maybe you can go ahead and tie it up or even take the lead. They got the points. Now they need the stop. 14 seconds on the shot clock.
Oh, Vertinho really wants to run down the clock, not leave anything up for chance. Very sharp pass over to Senaga. Danzagori up close. Instead, Vertinho wide open with a 3. It rattles out, but the rebound is there. Danzagori catches it. Timeout called by Hazen. 57-55. 13 seconds on the shot clock.
You did what needed to be done, but you only did it 50%. You got the stop. Well, first off, he had a wide open shot. He missed. But then you couldn't secure the defensive rebound. That's going to be a quick foul. That's the one to give, so no one's going to the line.
4th team foul.
Oh, this is an absolute nail-biter so far. 2 points lead for Indonesia. Chance to extend it further and apply the pressure more. Sharp pass over to Lino. Difficult shot to take. The defense was there. Another offensive rebound for Indonesia. Timeout called again by Hazen, and he's continuously...
That's gonna come back to bite him.
Yeah,
I'm telling
absolutely.
you. That's just tough. That is just tough.
Let's see what they can do.
Look, as soon as they get the defensive rebound, if there's a defensive rebound, keep an eye on the fast break opportunity there. Bro.
Oh, man, there.
There's the fast break. Oh, and they stop it.
Oh, I really felt like that is going to go through for Indonesia. You know, they did an amazing job of running down the clock. But unfortunately, we're unable to score. Philippines now, fast pass over to 𝐂𝐄𝐂, wide open to take the shot. Danzagori, just in the nick of time, manages to at least stop that threat for a second. 9 seconds. Miguel Carlo.
Oh, he was in position to get the offensive rebound, and he couldn't get it. 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. A timeout is called, and a good one by Indonesia to talk things over. It's going to be, boy, you just can't give up any bucket. Not a 2, not a 3, not a foul. You can't put them to the line. Let's see what stop.
Seconds.
Oh, they get the steal! They get the steal, and they tie it up at 57 apiece!
No way that just happened. This completely changed the narrative now. Indonesia suddenly find themselves deep in the water. They absolutely need to secure this first game. They know Philippines is going to come out guns blazing in the next, whatever the outcome is here. But if any chance they have to take this one, to present them an opportunity, they need these points and they don't get them. OT in the first grand final game, match number 1.
I love it. This is what I wanted. This is great. Knocks down the shot to start things off in the overtime period is Indonesia. But I mean, I will say this. Indonesia had plenty of opportunities to go ahead and, you know, take care of business in game 1. Just missed, what, 3 shots, I believe? Back to back to back.
Well, let's also not forget how the game started for Philippines, you know. So Indonesia
Very
did
true.
dug their way out of a ditch and managed to bring it back close. We're unable to close it, but are able to extend their lead now up by 4. Hazen is absolutely hyped right now for his team, but they need to make sure that they pay close attention as to how Philippines plan to play this one out. 17 seconds on the shot clock. Philippines on the sideline. Social puts the ball back into play over to Miguel Carlo. He's been very successive on the three-pointer department. Social as well has had his fair share of impact. 𝐂𝐄𝐂. We've seen a lot of him during the group stages, but it's Don Preach to put up the 2 for Philippines.
My, oh my, what a ball game we've got here. It'd be interesting if they just got a steal here, knock it down at 3, you know, make things a little bit more interesting.
And I think Indonesia are actually oddly comfortable playing it this close to the shot clock, but 𝐂𝐄𝐂 instead finds himself wide open for another easy 2. Indonesia is still keeping up with the 4-point lead. Miguel Carlo tried to go for a fast play, but Hazen was quick enough to come back, though. Reach and foul from Hazen. Tries to get a cheeky steal there to try and give every advantage he can to his team.
See if they're able to get some points up on the board. Same situation, right? You don't need a 3. You just need a bucket, but they force a 3. 1:30 left to go in overtime.
Another opportunity for Indonesia to take this one, to extend the lead, and then afterwards try and just run down the clock as much as possible. Another steal for 𝐂𝐄𝐂, but a timeout called for him just to get the players in position. Quickly discuss, as you can see, a lot of words being shared on the side of Philippines amongst the players about how they want to play this one out.
Just get a bucket. Don't need to force a 3. Just get a bucket. Take care of the ball. You can see them calling a couple of plays. There's the roll. Gets it to him a little bit late. Pump fake. Oh, my God. He got bailed out. No. He had him in the air, and he had a chance to go up. He hesitated. Oh, my God.
Oh, that was a shaky first. Can we get a more cleaner second?
My God.
There we go. 2-point game between the two, but it is Indonesia's possession. So I want to see if they want to risk it and go for a 3-pointer in this situation. I'm still absolutely a fan of just getting the easy 2s if you can, but it's a steal from 𝐂𝐄𝐂, and it's a clean one at that as well. An instant turnover. Miguel Carlo can't really make a fast breakaway play. Beautiful dribble work from him, though. Far 2-pointer chance. Doesn't go for it. Don Preach also is covered. Social can't get it, but the rebound is good. Stolen away instantly from 𝐂𝐄𝐂. It is still Philippines on the offensive.
Bro, how many times have the Philippines gotten a steal in the clutch? That's 3 times. First one was under 2 minutes in the 4th. Twice now in overtime. And now they're looking to tie things up. They were down 4, I believe, with Indonesia having the ball.
This is going to
go down to the wire. And now we're tied up at 65 apiece.
Oh my God, look at the time. Look at the time Indonesia has to work with. They are in front of a huge decision here. Do they risk it, go for an early play, and they play defense, or they leave it up to chance to the very last second? 𝐂𝐄𝐂 lingering in that zone, manages to secure the 2. Now only 17 seconds remaining for Philippines to respond. We know they can do it, but we know what kind of a defense can Indonesia put up when pressure is on. Well,
yeah.
Having said that, I guess
I know there's a random fan out there, probably named Davis or something, that just wants double overtime. You know what I mean? I'm sure. I'm sure that's what's happening. There's probably someone named, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Just
no
guessing.
clue.
Who that might be. Well, look, if you're Indonesia, you want to close this one out fast. 10 seconds. This is your golden opportunity. The golden ticket. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 could be the one to secure it. He gets the 4 seconds on the clock. Timeout called.
Call that timeout. Okay, now here's a question. Do you go for the 3? Do you go for the win?
Absolutely. I think if you're Philippines, absolutely.
agree.
You have to have the confidence in your teammates, and you have the players to do it, right? Pass it over
But
to
you
Miguel
don't have
Carlo.
another timeout. So if it doesn't work out, you got to make something quick. You got to shoot it up. Oh, that's a tough look.
No, it goes. It's a break. It is going to be Indonesia securing the OT in their favor. And you could see the Philippines players in disbelief looking at how the game started and slightly stumped, sitting back in their chairs, thinking to themselves, what just happened?
Your home team.
What an incredible just way for Indonesia to, yeah. I mean, look, I'm feeling the same way. That's how dead I am. That's how asleep, you know what I mean? They got to revive themselves. But just, I mean, the resilience of Indonesia is just amazing to see there. They were down, like you mentioned. They crawled their way back up. Then they went ahead and gave up the lead in the 4th quarter, but they stayed on par. Then they gave up a lead in overtime, but they continued to stay composed, and they pulled away with a win. I would call that a bit of an upset. We've been talking about how the Philippines are the favorites. That's an upset that they took game 1.
Absolutely, 69-67 as well. Like, we knew this is going to be a close game, and it is even closer than it was before in round 3 when these two met. So this is the first time, actually, at least so far on this broadcast, where we have an overtime in the regional stage. So we've broken our own record as well and started things off nice and intense. Now, for Indonesia, the job is quite clear. You have to win the second game and take this into a 2-0 fashion, because I feel like, if you let it slip, if you let Philippines back into this, we definitely have a game 3 on the scenario.
I agree. And I think if it does go to game 3, I think it goes in the hands of the Philippines. And call me biased. I get it. I understand. But, it's just one of those things where the momentum of game 2 can go ahead and impact game 3. I understand maybe not, gamification wise, but it's mentally, I think it definitely go ahead and impact those things down there. So we'll see what ends up happening, man. But I'm just trying to think of what all needs to change. But honestly, I don't think there's a lot, right? Both teams, obviously, they have their ebbs and flows and flaws, but
yeah, I was about to say that. I don't feel like there's any crucial mistakes made by either side. Yes, of course, you can pinpoint every steal and say that shouldn't have happened. But other than that, I really feel like it just comes down to the nerves. And I really feel like the Philippines were just taken by surprise off the fact that first, Indonesia was able to come back into it. Second, they were able to make these risky close plays in their favor. And third, just a few misses from Philippines when it really matters is what it comes down to. So for Philippines, it's just a matter of really calming the nerves, and they should be back into it. Having said that, though, I'm curious to see, will Philippines choose to switch up their lineup coming back into this? Because remember, in round 3, they played with a different lineup against Indonesia, and that, of course, panned out differently than it did here. You didn't have Zava in this game, for example. You had Miguel Carlo playing instead of him. So an ice too fast also, I would say, might have not had that big of an impact on the scoreboard for Philippines. So perhaps a switch up in style and playing a bit more through him is what is required for Philippines to come back into this. But as for Indonesia, man, I feel like they have all the answers now.
For the Philippines, I can agree and I can understand switching up maybe the style of attack. What I don't know is if you change the lineup in a game 2 of the grand finals.
It looks like they're not going to do that. It is still the same lineup. And, Don Preach had an amazing start, and even throughout the game had a few impactful moments, perhaps slightly absent in the latter stages. But, his offensive rebounds absolutely cannot be ignored. So he is going to be an ever-present threat. On the side of Indonesia, I in terms of who really stands out to me, I still feel like it is 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 together with 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂. Lino had a few chances to go for 3-pointers, but they didn't really come to fruition that much.
Excuse me. Sorry. I've got everything.
Oh, you're good. Everyone's
what I
taken
mean?
away. Everyone's breaths have been taken away by this game. And what I don't want to see. Look at the posturing from Philippines players. It feels like they're slightly slouched in their chairs, and I want to see them locked in.
But I agree. But do you think it's because they're like, all right, we got the next one. We're not worried, Or do you think it's a little different?
When it comes to worrying, you should be concerned but not worried. I think that's how it pans out, because it offers you just the right amount of stress for you to really lock in and not worry so much that you misplay.
Yeah, especially if you start to second guess yourself, right? Where it's like,
Yeah.
hey, typically I would have made this shot. Typically I would have made this pass, but now I'm not because you're nervous. It's game 2, yada, yada, yada. I will say, I've said it before, and look, maybe I should stop saying it, but I'll say it one more time. The
Please.
Philippines have more support staff than players.
Well, you see that
I like it, though. Maybe I'm just jealous. I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't have my own cheerleader. I'm not quite sure what it is. But
must be nice, must be nice. But I love the fact that on the side of Indonesia, you can see how involved the players are. Even like mid-game, Hazen was jumping up, giving a high five to his players, laughing off like incredible plays that fall into their favor. Even a few steals, he was laughing about the fact that like they were able to get the ball and get the possession so easily. And I think for them, it's just about keeping up that feeling of success, and riding the wave. Currently, it's definitely in their favor. Now, having said that, you've said this before, a lot of it is momentum based. So I think for Philippines, first on the agenda is break the momentum of Indonesia, wipe away the feeling they had after that first game as soon as possible, and then think about how you're going to close out.
Well, let's not forget you had Saudi Arabia that was knocked out by Lebanon last year. And they went ahead and returned the favor, and they knocked out Lebanon to secure a trip to Philippines. Last year, you had the Philippines that knocked out Indonesia for a trip to Sweden. Now, do we see the sweet revenge of Indonesia knocking out the Philippines in this grand finals to scene, but just incredible storylines. And it kind of just goes to show that in this game, in this format, in this tournament, anybody can win.
Absolutely.
No matter what.
And I don't even dare now, looking ahead, we're still gonna have 2 weeks of games almost every single day throughout the day. What else might happen? There's a lot of crazy rivalries existing and storylines that could come to fruition between various countries and various regions. And I know, if anything, the NBA 2K fans are going to be very hyped up to see the upcoming games. Having said that, though, these are the final moments before we jump into game 2 in this best of 3 grand finals between Philippines and Indonesia. Indonesia, in a super close fashion, has been able to secure the W in the first game, doing some final stretches before we lock in. And Philippines, if there ever was a time to share your country's flag in the chat, I'll let everyone know you are there to support. As we can see, the coaching staff, the players giving high fives across the board. And Indonesia, man, you guys need to be loud to make sure your team hears you.
And now, of course, my question to you then ends up being, does Indonesia close this one out in game 2? Or is it game 3?
It's not does, it's they have to. Do I believe? I'm starting to believe, yeah.
Okay, I like it. A little bit of poetry in there. All right.
Yeah, not stealing anyone's sayings.
You know what? I'll tell you what. You commentate by yourself for the first 2 minutes. I'm going to come up with sayings.
Okay, well, let's see how that pans out. Philippines is going to be in your whites, Indonesia in the reds. What a charming avatar on your screens there, as it is going to be Indonesia's possession. Tip-off falls into their favor, and straight up a three-pointer goes in their favor. We spoke about the fact the Philippines need to break their momentum nice and early. Let's see if they can do it as they start their offensive plan. It's going to be Miguel Carlo on the ball. Passes over to Don Preach with a huge slam dunk with a quick response, and that's exactly what you want to see from Philippines. Quick, decisive answers. You don't want to overplay your hand when it's not needed. Hazen up close is going to be blocked. Beautiful work from Social, and hand it over back to Miguel Carlo. as he's getting closer and closer to that 3-point line. Passed over to his friend there in the corner. Can't really make a play happen. Defense is too active across the board. Hazen always lingering close by. 𝐂𝐄 is going to lose the ball, but 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 is there to recover. Don Prince as well close by if needed. 2 seconds before the shot can take place, and it's Social to score for Philippines and take the lead. Up by 2 now, Philippines. A confident showing from them despite the loss in the first game, and a misplay there. It is going to be out of bounds, and it's a free possession for Indonesia.
Okay, so I tried to Google some things, but then I stopped. And then I was just listening to you, and then I realized that I told you I won't talk for 2 minutes, and you just kept going, and I just let you keep going.
Man, I take your word for it, you know. I can joke. I probably could go 2 minutes without even taking a breath.
Oh my goodness. We should do that. Just randomly, I don't know. Have like our own little mini quests within these high intense moments for the players.
Yeah, well, all jokes aside, though, everything is on the line here as Philippines score yet another big basket to their name, taking the lead back over Indonesia. They started off nice and strong, but Indonesia cannot get complacent here. They need to keep a close distance, trailing close by behind Philippines, and they want to answer basket for basket and see if they can do that just now. Lino, 3-point line, not gonna go through. Sinaga there with the rebound, pass back to Vertinho. And Vertinho does not dare to go for the shot just yet. Make sure he's in a good position. Lino, it's good.
All right, well, I was going to say he should have taken the midi instead of kicking it back out, but who am I as he knocks down what I thought was a contested 3.
Absolutely. Don't preach. Sharp pass over to 𝐂𝐄. Tried to go for a cut in play. That didn't really pan out as intended, though. Eyes too fast. He's going to be fouled against. Oh, sorry. That is a defensive 3-second violation. That is a mistake.
It's not something you see often, but again, with a game this close, every point matters, just like the regular season. Of course, it gets even more amplified here in the grand finals of the Asia region.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Indonesia, you don't want to be handing out freebies to Philippines for sure in any fashion. And now, that is, of course, a personal foul. You saw there that was Danzigori, I think, was already close to the net, so it was 2 points either way. Philippines' hand was forced. In that sense, Vertinho stuck in the corner. Ooh, ball lost and a turnover. No breakaway play opportunity just yet as Philippines now is going to be fouled against. Oh, man, this is going to be a foul-y one, isn't it?
Yeah, especially if you try to get to limit those possessions and try to get them to play more front court offense, half court offense. I'm, gathering my thoughts here.
It's okay. Oh. It's a lot of action, man, but it's Hazen on the 3-point line. I think he stepped on it, so it's on count only for 2, but still, nonetheless, he makes it happen. So still, Indonesia is in it to win it.
Somebody's got okay, there we go. I was about to say somebody's got to get the center. Top of the keys open. There you go. Rotation's a little bit late. I'm sure Social would have wanted that ball a little bit quicker. Left corner. Yeah, all these passes are just a second and a half too late.
And there's no time as well, and he makes it happen anyway. Philippines, that is a miracle shot from him. Imagine that being the buzzer beater. I would go nuts.
Back and forth of a ball game. 2-point lead for the Philippines. 1:20 left in this one. Indonesia takes another shot. They can't get that one to go. Rebound secured by the Philippines.
Don Preach with the ball. Usually by this point, hands it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 and does exactly so. Social there to put up a screen. 𝐂𝐄 fakes out the defense and gets a clean line for a 3-pointer. Beautiful play by Philippines. They knew exactly what they were doing in that and were able to execute perfectly.
See what type of defensive stop the Philippines are going to try to cook up. There's a cut that you want to be mindful of. Great job to not pass it, though. I like that one because the cut seemed like it was open, but it looked like the center was right there to pick it off in case it went there.
𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂, once again, sharp pass over to Don Preach. 𝐂𝐄 left wide open. 𝐂𝐄 has been a problem for Indonesia for a few consecutive offensive plays now, and with only 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Indonesia really want to finish off strong here. They started off strong, but Philippines was able to overtake them. Hazen, beautiful play off the backboard. gets another easy 2-pointer and an opportunity to perhaps turn the tides in their favor if Philippines misplay this offense.
Looking to run a play here. Keep an eye on the cut. Oh, there we go. Yep. These movements as they come up with is just amazing, especially because there's so much traffic that you're kind of baiting them to kind of steal them.
Yeah, and taking it down to the very last second, Philippines just making sure Indonesia does not find a way back into this in the first quarter as it finishes off with the scoreline 17-14 in favor of Philippines. So excellent job from them, but, you know, if we can judge anything by the first game, we can't really judge the scoreline currently in anyone's favor. Anything can happen. The tides can change at any instance.
What a great job being patient there by the center. The big man gets both Indonesians up in the air, and then he goes up for the easy 2 to extend the lead to 5.
Bertinho finding Lino's hands. Lino, as I said, quite successful in the 3-pointer department, but instead it's Hazen with an attempt at the play. Dansagori fakes out the pass over to Bertinho. Sinaga from the right-hand side corner has been quiet so far, will not find success just yet as the ball finds Don Preach's hands. And Miguel Carlo once again on the setup. Oh, that could have ended poorly. And as I say that, a steal comes through. Sinaga has to slam this one and make sure to secure it. 16-19, Indonesia trailing only by 3, and we know those 3-pointers can come through any second.
That steal there to me was a 5-point swing because yes, you got the steal, you got the dunk, that's 2, but you also had the right corner open, so that's a 3-point shot that they almost got, and that's another steal. Now they're looking for a breakaway opportunity. Great job by the Philippines getting back on the defensive side to not give up an easy basket.
Dansagori, good job on the recovery. A misplay, but another attempt to recover the ball. Philippines will take the possession, though, and they have to come back fast. Look at Philippines' offense is all over the place.
Looking to run away with this one, and you got to build that cushion because we've seen Indonesia be in these positions, not just in the grand finals, but also in the qualifiers, and they've come back and made it a close ball game. So if you're the Philippines, you want to build as much cushion as possible in the first half so that in the second half, you're not even sweating it. You're not even worried about it. You're focused on game number 3. Indonesia now looking to respond back out of the dead ball play. 3 minutes left to go in the second. They take a shot. Right corner's open. They swing it open to them. And that's going to be a smart foul by the Philippines. 22-16 still. 2:55 left to go in the second.
Not a lot of time remaining on the shot clock to make this play happen. Bertinho, though, does find the opportunity, but Don Preach, of course, is there. Very far pass over to Miguel Carlo and a personal foul called to stop the play.
First team foul.
See what they draw up here from the dead ball.
Blue pulls up for 2. Philippines take it up a notch, now leading by 8. Indonesia is starting to trail further and further. They need answers, and they need to answers fast to keep relevance in the match before halftime at least. You know, we put so much emphasis on the momentum here, and Dansagori is the man who gave them answers beforehand, and he's the man to step up again as he gives another 2 over to Indonesia. And Hazen, I'm starting to get a sense Hazen is calling for those steals. And as I say that, Lino loses the possession.
There we go. They continue to play that great defense. Just got to go ahead and close them out here. That's tough, man. How many times have we seen it where both sides, right? Both countries, they play 22 seconds of great defense, but it's that last couple of seconds where the defense just breaks down, stops swinging, and they give up an easy 3.
Yeah, well, at least starting off nice and strong here, Indonesia with another 3-pointer to their name. Hazen was close to getting it, but Miguel Carlo, good recovery from him. As Don Preach comes in for a screenplay, Miguel Carlo could have utilized that left-hand side play. Was available to him for a second. Ice too fast, stuck behind 2 defensive players. Can't really get past him. A challenged shot, and it's not going to go through as Social does get the ball through the corner, and it's going to be a foul this time around from Dansagori.
I feel like at the moment, obviously, yes, the Philippines are up, but they're running so many different motions, so many different cuts that sometimes even they are confused. About a minute left to go in the second here.
𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐊 holding on to it. Bertinho coming up closer, pump fakes it, but a steal from 𝐂𝐄𝐄, and nobody's taking the ball. 𝐂𝐿𝐂𝐊, you have to rush it. Doesn't get in time to the ball, and it's back over to Indonesia. That could have been an amazing breakout play for Philippines, but unfortunately, the follow-up just simply was missing.
Here we go. They got 5 seconds to make something happen. Oh, what a great rebound. With 2 people there, what a great rebound there.
Yeah, and it's again 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐊. As I said, beautiful two-pointer there for Indonesia. You can see the hype instantly for Indonesian players. This means a ton for them as they start to get that momentum back in the game. 𝐂𝐄 holding on to the ball at the three-point line. Of course, Philippines want to run down the clock as much as possible, but don't pass on any free opportunities. 𝐂𝐿𝐂𝐊, he takes it back to the three-point line. I mean, the confidence in these guys is insane. Instead, they give it over to 𝐂𝐄, who slams it home and takes it to the 31.
See if they're able to get one final shot, one final basket going into the second half. Try to build a little bit of momentum. There we go. Yeah, no reason to kind of rush anything. No reason to force anything. Just take what the defense gives you. Philippines looking to respond back. 5 seconds left. See if they can get a... Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Yeah, Ice too fast, you know, he's, as I said, it really doesn't matter where he's shooting from. He finds these opportunities, challenged or not. It really doesn't make a difference to him. Having said that, though, as we spoke in the beginning, you know, Philippines had to look to break the pace of Indonesia and the momentum they gained off the back of that previous game's victory. So I would say that more or less they've been able to do so. The question is, can they keep it up? Because we know Indonesia is a horse that is a working horse, rather, that is no shy from taking on difficult tasks. You know, they came back in the first game and managed to take it over. Oh, as a Philippines, I think there was a risk of a
looks like it.
A foul.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully no one's disconnected or anything like that. 33.
We good.
There we go. Oh, nice cut. That's just too easy, though. Like, there was no real motion. There was no chaos. It was just a simple cut, one-liner from the left.
Yeah, but
gotta be a little bit more open-eyed than that.
It's 𝐂𝐄 again to make the play, you know? Like, he's always there and always a risk. And I feel like Indonesia are a bit ignoring him rather, now. And having said that, guess who? 𝐂𝐄 again with another two-pointer. And now, suddenly, this is starting to get slightly out of hand. You know, Indonesia calls the timeout because it is a 12-point lead they have to start working on.
And I like that timeout. You want to go and slow down the momentum, try to regroup a little bit, try to get a couple of plays, string them along to get back in this one.
Lino holding on to it, somehow finds 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐊's hands amidst those defensive players, but 𝐂𝐄 with the steal, with the breakaway play, passes over to 𝐂𝐿𝐂𝐊. Instead, they choose to play this one out. Don Preach in position as well as needed, but Sinaga with the reach and foul will stop the play for now.
That's 𝐂𝐄's first steal. I'm sure he'd love to have a couple more, but on the offensive end, he's the only player, I believe, that's in the double digits. With 13 points, 6 for 7, 1 for 1 from the three-point line.
Beautiful fast pass across the court over to Hazen. Hazen, though, stopped in his tracks by that personal foul. You know, like I mentioned this beforehand, that this is going to be a foul game. I feel like the closer we get to the fourth quarter, the more of these we're going to see. You know, both the teams so eager to get into possession, but more than anything, it is going to be Indonesia that wants to do it. Sinaga with a three-pointer. I don't see him often put up those, at least not today. But Hazen with the recovery, and 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐊 with a huge slam dunk to at least offer some sigh of relief, a fresh breath of fresh air. There we go. To Indonesia, man, it's been quite a few words said today.
You know, I'm sure the word count is getting up there, and it'll only go up if the Philippines go ahead and find a way to force game 3, which so far is looking pretty good. Yeah, there you go. Let's go ahead and spread out the offense a little bit. Tries to get in position. Oh, you got to go up there with it quick before you get 3 in the key. That one's not going to go. Defensive rebound secured by the Philippines.
And good job on the defense of Philippines. You know, like they forced 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 in that position where he can't really score that easily, given the fact how successful he usually is from that position. 𝐂𝐂�ㄐ, though, 5 seconds to shoot. Tries to go for these dribble plays to find an opening and finds it anyway, but misplays it slightly under the rim. Social gets another chance, and that is a huge redemption as Philippines knock through the three-pointer. 27-40 now. 2.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Indonesia absolutely need a response, and that is a huge one.
Seems like we're just kind of hanging out around the 10-point mark, you know? Not really cutting into the deficit. The deficit itself isn't growing. We're just kind of hanging out around the 10-point mark. Oh, that's an illegal screen. How many times do you see that? Not often at all.
Yeah, legal screen. I think this is only the second time we've seen it, actually. We didn't see... Or maybe there was one yesterday. But yeah, as you said, it's a rare sight to behold. But Vertinho's 2-pointers, now that's something you can see him quite often take. This time, not successful enough. Another foul called. This time, Don Preach just slightly too keen on taking the ball for himself. Hazen over to Vertinho. And back to 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂. Easy 2-pointers is the name of the game for Indonesia. You know, we spoke about that 10-point mark. Now it's down to 8. And Philippines absolutely need to score on this possession if they want to keep Indonesia in check.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of where it gets a little tricky, right? Because you give any type of life to Indonesia, they're going to latch on like leeches and make it a little tough here in the fourth quarter. So you want to go ahead and get any basket you possibly can. That's a deep shot for 3. That one's going to miss, but they get the offensive rebound secured, and that one's blocked.
𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂 absolutely earning MVP medals right now with plays like that in the defense as Vertinho gets the position. And this is the moment where Indonesia can start to apply the pressure onto Philippines. Lino this time up close. Another easy 2-pointer, now down to 6-point lead. Philippines, yes, in the lead, but for how long with plays like this? They absolutely need to get those baskets in. Instead, will be fouled against, so breaking up that momentum. Indonesia feels like they can hold on to these plays in the defense. Pass over to 𝐂𝐂𝐂𝐂. Social making himself available as well if needed, but there we go. That's the cut-in play when needed from 𝐂𝐄𝐂.
Let's see if they're able to capture a 3. They obviously gave up a 2, but see if they're able to get a point back. They call a wrap. Trying to set a pick, but haven't gotten a big body on it just yet. As they try to continue finding the open man, getting a lot of movement. Keep an eye on that left corner. You can see the right corner kind of cheating for the drop. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful find.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say a slightly risky considering the distance 2-pointer, but nonetheless, you know, he finds the green. He knows it's good and feels confident in taking the shot. Now over to Don Preach. Just a few seconds remaining in the third quarter, so probably Philippines are interested in running down the clock if they can. Don Preach was wide open for a second as well. They take the long shot and have full confidence in the offensive rebound for Don Preach, and rightly so as he makes it count. 44-36, 13 seconds on the clock. Ideally, Indonesia would like to put up a 3-pointer here just to work with a minimum deficit heading into that fourth quarter. And let's see if they can make it happen.
Calling a wrap here, trying to find a little bit of a space, a little bit of opening at the top of the key. A lot of ball movements. That's a contested shot. Not going to go, but obviously that's the way the third quarter ends. 36-44. Indonesia, though, is going to go ahead and start things off.
𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂, nice sharp pass over to Hazen. Optin not to make the play. 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂 holding on to the ball. Beautiful catch mid-air by Social. Right place, right time, right hand. And an instant pass. And this is where the fouls start to come into play really now in this fourth quarter. You know, who's the team that's going to make it to the bonus first, as that might come up to bite you back.
All
And
right.
Ice too fast. Hello? Where's the defense? He
Just-
found himself
yeah.
alone.
At this point, you just want to guard every single basket up, and they go ahead and get another steal. Seen that many times in the fourth quarter. And it won. Oh my God.
Not like this. Not like this. This is pressure getting to Indonesia right now. They thought they could recover. They're like, oh, a fumble. Okay, nothing too crazy. And suddenly you find yourself on the back foot completely, as it's back up to 13-point lead for Philippines. And Indonesia did an amazing job at getting it down to like a manageable 6-5 point region. A forced three-pointer from Lino is not going to be good enough, but the offensive rebound is, as Dansagori catches the ball. Don Preach, of course, fouling in that instance, knowing the success rate of Dansagori. And back over to him, a three-pointer from him. I think the third one of the day. Unfortunately, not successful this time, but a valiant attempt at that, and definitely, you know, a valid choice. We've seen him being used as a wild card a few times now to just knock the opponent out of momentum and surprise them. But Philippines so far confidently holding on to the lead.
See if they're able to make any adjustments here out of this timeout, because if anything's got to happen, it's got to happen now for Indonesia. If you're going to get a stop, now is the time, as you're down by 13 with 4 minutes left to go in the in the fourth.
You're already calling for overtime?
You know, I think I just meant game 3. I think I meant game 3 is what I'm thinking.
In the fifth. Vertinho. Come on, man. You have to make something happen here for your team. Over to Dansagori. Beautiful layup from him, and it somehow evades the net as Don Preach is there to pick up the slack from Dansagori, and Social finds the ball deep in the right-hand side corner. Miguel Carlo also making his way there. Social opening himself up for a shot and takes it. It's good. You see that play a mile away. 55-36. Indonesia now starting to trail further and further.
See if they're able to take advantage of anything here, but this one's pretty much wrapped up. It would take a miracle for them to go ahead and come on back. Oh, no. What?
You saw it, Sinaga.
There's just no way. There's just no way. There's just no way.
And Hazen also with the back-to-back reaching fouls on the side of Indonesia. You know, like Hazen, of course, and everyone else for that matter on the team is going to go for these early steals as much as possible. Defense is looking like a bunch of aggressive bees, you know, when someone tries to get into your beehive. They're just all over the place, not letting go a bit, not giving up anything for free. And as I say that, the net still, rather the ball finds the net, and Philippines continue with the lead. Over to Dansagori, could have gone for the play, instead opts in to play this one through. 10 seconds on the shot clock. It's Vertinho with the three. And man, those three-pointers must feel like a blessing at this point when they go through for Indonesia.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like that's one of the first looks in quite some time where Indonesia's had a clean look, in my opinion, to knock it down, and they have.
Yeah, thinking back to it, you know, that third quarter was, I would say, a bit messy from both sides, but Philippines was able to come out on top, and now they're just riding that wave of momentum. Vertinho, back-to-back three-pointers from him. 45-60 now. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Nah, just a little too little too late. But if you're running plays and they're working, definitely something to keep an eye out in the game number 3.
Absolutely. And, you know, Philippines, I feel like they recognize this. They want to run down the clock just a bit as well. They have the luxury to do so and some wiggle room if needed. There we go. That is a beautiful response from them with a three-pointer of their own. Again, over to Vertinho. Is he going to go for another three-pointer? Passes over, or at least tries to, but instead it goes straight to the hands of Ice, and Ice pulls up for another three-pointer. Looked good, but wasn't. And now Lino with a far too and a difficult shot as well, being mid-twist. Hazen stopped on the three-point line. Vertinho with a three. It's green. It's good. It goes through. 48-63. Another 15-point lead to chip on, but it's only a minute on the clock for Indonesia to work with.
Just getting hot a little bit too late. We'll see if This carries over to the game number 3, though. That's where they'll need it the most to go ahead and be crowned champions of the Asia region. And that's a loose ball. They do go to maintain possessions. The Philippines do. Wide open 3 from the left side. That's good.
Philippines are locking this one in. I think we're going to have to go to a game 3 decider match between the two, unless an insane miracle happens right now in favor of Indonesia. You can see Vertinho as well can't really make the fast play. Passes over to Lino. Lino can't make the shot. And Ice over to 𝐂𝐄. 𝐂𝐄 wide open for 3. Had all the time in the world to prepare for that one. And of course, it was called for as well. So only 20 seconds remaining. It is a 21-point lead for Philippines over Indonesia in the second game. And it feels like, Philippines are now just robbing the hope of Indonesia fans of coming back into this. We're going to have to decide everything in match number 3. No overtime in this one, though.
I mean, I think this was, you had a 25-point quarter for the Philippines. 25 to 12. That was the biggest difference in this one. That's a 13-point dub in just the fourth quarter for the Philippines. 19 points for Indonesia's guard. And you look at you had Ice Too Fast with 20. You had 𝐂𝐄 with 23. Just an incredible dominating performance by the Philippines to go ahead and get the dub. 12 dimes as well for Miguel Carlos. Just a great all-around great performance by the Philippines, especially in that second half.
Yeah, and games like this really show character in terms of that having that champion mentality, being able to forget that whatever happened during the first game, quickly recognize what's going on. That little huddle before the game as well for Philippines. I love that. Coaching staff comes in, players sharing high fives and fist bumps across the board for each other as well, just to cheer each other up and make sure that their head is in the game, and it definitely was in this one. Now the question comes is, how does Indonesia recover this? Like you mentioned this as well. If this goes into game number 3, most likely Philippines are riding the wave till the very end. So what do you think is the secret weapon that Indonesia needs to pull out here? Because one thing is just forget what happened. It's easy for us to say it didn't happen to us per se, So what do you think they need to change?
Just slow down the pace. Just slow it down, because I think the more you try to speed up the pace to answer back to to the Philippines, the bigger the deficit can get quicker. Right? So you want to slow things down, keep it a close game, low scoring if you can, and then pick your spots. I think, they just had too many careless turnovers. They had too many shots that they weren't able to knock down. So they did a lot of things right, but it's the things that they didn't do right that I think cost them that game. So I would just say overall, relax with the pace, play at your own pace. Don't get sped up by the Philippines pace would be my advice.
Yeah, and the only thing that I would add to that is again, I might be repeating myself, but don't overcomplicate things, make just simple plays that are easy to execute and therefore hard to mess up, where Philippines don't really have many chances to capitalize on those mistakes, Foul-wise as well, I thought we're actually going to see a bit more fouls in the fourth one. I don't think we even got to the bonus in any of the quarters. So good job in that department for both defenses. But Don Preach as well, his impact in the beginning with the rebounds, yet again, Dan Segori really stepping up to the plate. I love the willingness to take the 3-pointers. So far, it's a 50-50 if he makes it or not. So they tried to go for it, didn't work out. Okay, Indonesia recognizes that fact, so they go for different type of plays heading up into the next match.
Well, here we go. They're getting ready to get loaded up here in just a few moments. It should be a good one. Just to go ahead and recap what's been happening, we are watching the second part of our doubleheader, where it is the Asia region. And now you had these two teams play in the quarterfinals, in the qualifiers, back-to-back games. The Philippines won that one. And now you have them playing here in game number 3 in the grand finals, where the Philippines took game number 2, Indonesia took game number 1. It's anybody's ball game here in game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's on the line. And that's one of the things that Indonesia actually has to tell themselves, guys, forget game number 1, forget game number 2. This has to be considered as a best of 1 at this point, and in best of 1s, really anything can happen, and both sides are going to feel the pressure at any given basket that's been given up, rather. So I think that is kind of the narrative that Indonesia needs to stick with, to both reinvigorate themselves as well as reconvince themselves that they still are in this fight for the slot to Philippines on the 11th and 12th of December, for a chance to fight for those 50K, for a chance to be called one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world. And the same goes for Philippines, right? Like, their nation's pride is on the line, and that means a lot.
And I mean, keep in mind, this Indonesia team is a team that almost beat Team USA in Sweden last year. So, it kind of goes to show the growth of Indonesia as well, because they didn't qualify for Sweden. They almost did, but they got knocked out by the Philippines. So, just taking a step back away from these two countries, I think it's amazing to see the talent and skill set that has grown around the world in the form of NBA 2K as well. It's great to see these teams practicing together for quite some time. It's great to see these teams kind of really taking it seriously. Yeah, I know I made some jokes about how you have support staff that's more than the players for the Philippines, but that's kind of what it takes. That's how much their country believes in them. That's how much their team believes in them as well. And you'd love for that to kind of pay off. But again, you've got the underdog, I feel. You've got the Cinderella story in Indonesia, and they need one more game. They need a few bounces to go their way to be crowned champions of the Asia region.
Yeah, no, well, as you said in the very beginning, having that Saudi Arabia-Lebanon narrative now tying in with Indonesia clashing with Philippines in the regional finals, making it to game number 3. So no 2-0 grand finals. This takes us down the line. Really puts everyone on edge coming into this next game. Having said that, though, I feel like I don't know what kind of jokes are Philippines cracking over there, but everyone's just having a ball. I wish we could listen in, perhaps in the near future.
We mentioned this, right? Where it's like, it's them kind of leaning back in their chair, relax. And I think it's because they're like, look, we got this. We know we let that game 1 slip away. And if you're Indonesia, you needed that game 1, because those are the 50-50s. Where if you don't take that game, then you're kind of in the mental headspace of like, oh, that's the one we needed. Now we have no chance. So for the Philippines, this is like the best case scenario, obviously, after you drop game 1. For Indonesia, though, I would be a little worried, because now the momentum, the mental headspace, and the psychological headspace, to me, favors the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Absolutely as well. But if anything, Indonesia, they just need to tell themselves, look, guys, we did it again in game number 1. We did it once, rather, and then we can do it again in game number 2, if that even is going to be needed, depending on how things kick off. Now, though, tip-off goes in favor of Philippines, and a quick 3-pointer pull-up to get just a little tasting of the net and see how it acts in this game number 3. But instead, it is going to be now Indonesia with the possession. Dansagori is going to be stopped on the 3-point line. Over to Vertinho and back to Dansagori to open up with a beautiful slam dunk and a 2-0 start for Indonesia.
Let's see what they go ahead and respond back with on the Philippine side with the blue jerseys on. Trying to get a pick set up a little bit early. See if it goes ahead and hits. Kind of, but not quite. Doesn't have the spacing that he kind of wanted. Gets it out to the left. Trying to post him up. Nice little move there. Drop step in a minute for tying it up.
And these are the plays you really need to see more of from Philippines players when it comes to getting close to the net, right? Like, sometimes Dansagori can just basically box you out and you can't really do much. And having that versatility in your move set really helps you in the scoring department. Having said that, though, Vertinho looking to see if he can return the favor. Not going to be successful. Those just so slightly short.
Just got enough of a bump there to adjust to the shot. Wasn't quite there. Ice too fast. Top of the key. Has a cut there. Great call. Great dunk. Execution was perfect. The defender was playing up a little too much, and he fell asleep, and the center was up trying to guard the pick, too, so he wasn't able to get the steal either. 6-2, Philippines on top early here in this game number 3 in the grand finals of the Asia region.
And a beautiful pass from Vertinho as well. Nice and deep over to Senaga. Senaga gives it back out to Vertinho. Lino now on the 3-point line. 5 seconds on the clock. High elbow shot. Not going to go through. Dansagori, though, once again, there with the offensive rebound. Timeout called. And 14 seconds on the clock to work with for Indonesia.
Oh, that one's going to get turned over. They're looking to go the other way. Philippines now looking to build on this lead, 6-2. Looking for a little bit of constructed offense there as they're trying to pick their spots. You can see how many cuts they call, and that leaves wide open space. It's kind of like if you watch American football, you try to run the ball so you can open up the passing game. That's what they're doing. They're calling all these cuts, so the defense is focused so much on the cuts that they're able to get the wide open threes.
Yeah, and that turnover must sting for Indonesia. These are the small mistakes that you make that can have devastating consequences and have had now in the previous game. Alino, though, with a three-pointer of his own, takes it upon his shoulders to bring it back closer. Now down only by 4 points is Indonesia, as Philippines are looking to set up another offensive play. Don Preach kind of going for a screen setup, but seems to miss the timing of that. Never mind me. It's Miguel Carlo with a huge three-pointer, and valid applause indeed from the supporting staff.
See how much more of that he's got in his bag to secure this game number 3. That's going to be a quick foul. Tried to go for the steal. Ref didn't like it.
Those refs.
I know, aren't they?
Always spoiling the fun. Hazen tries to put the ball back into play, but again, it's Philippines with the steal off the bat. Miguel Carlo from the left-hand side corner, back-to-back three-pointers. Yeah, that is deserved. Players standing up, applause, pats on the shoulder, everything. Philippines is riding the wave, riding the momentum, and running away with this one as they obtain a 10-point leaking strong. Don't tell me Clue is going to steal another ball here. I'm going to lose it.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. That is illegal. Call the police.
I mean, I was going to applaud them for calling a timeout and coming out of it to slow down things and just relax a little bit, but then they just turn it over. It's not looking pretty.
No, Bertinho with the pump fake, though.
Almost
and another one.
Almost got another steal down low in the paint.
Yeah, that's a scary sight to behold. That is absolutely a problem that needs to be patched if you are Indonesia. Miguel Carlo tries to pull up a three-pointer. That had a bit of a wishful thinking note on top of that, so slightly short. Bertinho, though, looking to respond if he can. Hazen holds onto the ball, looking for a fast, sharp pass, but gives it over to Lino. Bertinho, that might be a zealous attempt. Instead, hand it over to Hazen to knock it down with the 2. And these 2-pointers now is the name of the game for Indonesia. We've been repeating this several times, but when you are down by so much, you have to start securing those 100% guaranteed shots. And having said that, though, you can't leave ice open.
No, not at all. The defense gets back there for Indonesia, though. Got to continue playing 5 seconds of solid defense. Can't give up an offensive rebound either. And that's what they do.
Yeah, well, Don Preach able to recover that rebound. Clue this time around is the one to secure it. And, I love the attempt from Miguel Carlo to try to just go for that third back-to-back three-pointer from left-hand side corner. That would have been just adding insult to injury at that point.
Yeah, that just gets tough, man, especially with the score the way that it is. You need some things to go your way. You need some bounces to go your way. You need some contests to go your way if you're Indonesia.
Yeah, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty and really this game 3 in the grand finals, every tool that you can utilize has to be used. So if you can get under the skin of your opponent and it plays in your favor, hey man, you're free to do so, because that's exactly what's going to happen in that in Philippines, in that LAN environment. As we spoke in the very beginning of the show, having the opportunity to look your opponent in the eyes after making crazy plays like Miguel Carlo does.
It's going to be a quick little foul. That's the one to give, so no free throws at the line just yet.
Just a few seconds remaining. Social finds himself wide open. They want to finish off with a three-pointer. Ice pulls up for one. It's not going to be long enough, and we jump straight into the second quarter. Indonesia trailing by 11 now. At least they have been able to keep that in check, and the distance hasn't grown too much for now. Vertinho, that is a nice attempt at the 2, but not going to be good enough, and it might be now the moment in time where nerves start to really play a role in how this game pans out.
Yeah, you can just see from the body language, at least from the Indonesia cam that we have, it's just, It doesn't look too optimistic. Obviously, they're communicating. You can see the lips movement, trying to communicate on the defensive side of rotations, but it just has not worked out, and that's demoralizing for them, especially after the momentum they had after winning game number 1.
Absolutely. Vertinho, Lino, over the back of his teammate, unsuccessful. There really was no contest on that. They have to make those count, and it's been quite a while since Indonesia has had the chance to celebrate the scoreboard changing.
They get a nice little block there, but it's one of those things where, like, you want to celebrate the block, but it's also like, there's a big deficit to come back from here. And keep in mind, it was 15-5 when that first timeout was called. Then from the inbound play after that timeout, it was stolen away, and they knocked down a 3. Just not the best way to handle these type of games at the moment.
Well, given how things are going, you know, this might just be the lowest scoring game between the two. And rightly so, you know, every single possession is challenged. And every single defensive play is also being challenged by the offense. So Miguel Carlo trying to find some sort of upper hand here, and he finds it in the form of ice with that cut in play. 25-9 now, extending the lead to 16 points. One of the biggest we've had between the two.
That right corner has got to go ahead and help out a lot more on those cuts. Matter of fact, all the corners I feel like have to, as these cuts are happening more often than not in this one, and then maybe say the first game. There's a wrap. Switching things up a little bit. Confuse the defense. Can't get it to go.
Yeah, nice dribble work from Miguel Carlo still to make the opportunity for himself, to put himself in that position to score. Vertinho opts in to take the shot, and it misses again. Indonesia now playing a risky game of going for these long shots as the lead continues to grow. Slowly, yes, but still, nonetheless, the Social finds him open to the net, passes back out to Miguel Carlo on the three-point line, and it's 𝐂𝐄 to take the shot. And as you said, you know, those corners are really coming to get you.
Looking to come back in this one. It's going to be so tough. And this is typically when I'm like, oh, take the 2s, don't take the 3s. But I feel like you got to go ahead and force some 3s. But Philippines know that as well, so they might be playing the perimeter a bit more.
Absolutely. Vertinho tries to go for the 3. Finally, some sort of side relief for Indonesia as they're being able to score what feels like, well, rather haven't been able to score what feels like a couple of minutes now. Coming back to it, though, Philippines on the offensive. Don Preach holding on to it. Ice too fast, pump fakes it. Don Preach there with the screen setup. The ball has to be passed. 8 seconds on the clock. Miguel Carlo with a wide open three-pointer, and it is a clean shot. Amazing stuff from Philippines in the third game. I mean, they have, well, first and foremost, been challenged. Second, overcome their challenge in the second match. And now they're looking to close it out in a grandiose fashion if they can, as the net simply is avoiding Indonesia's thrown ball so far. Miguel Carlo once again finds Social wide open under the net. And it is a 20-point game between the two. It cannot be overstated what Philippines has been able to do here and what sort of resilience they have shown. Now, having said all that, Indonesia needs to dig deep in this one as they do get the 2, but that is not going to be enough to turn this one around. We need more steals, more interceptions, more turnovers before the tides will change. As I say that, though, Miguel Carlo still holding on to the ball. Screen set up for him. A contested three-pointer. That's not going to be good enough. But, of course, Don Preach is there. Datsugori, though, makes up for it and gets the ball back into his favor.
You just know it's not your day when even the bailout passes are not going in your favor.
Yeah, man, this is becoming rough fast. Okay, fair enough. From 20 back to plus 15 for Philippines. So Indonesia has been able to score a few times, though. Heading into this second half, they really want to think about what kind of advice they want to share along the way between the players and what plays they need to make, because this is definitely not the play to leave Don Preach open like that.
We do have Miguel that has just as many points as Indonesia, so you know that that's the kind of offensive output impact he's had on this one. They almost go ahead and lose the ball. Indonesia gets it back.
And 𝐂𝐄 so eager to go for another steal. You can see him working around 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 to get to the ball. Personal foul called. 14 seconds on the clock, 16 overall in the second quarter. But so far, this definitely has been Philippines' game in control from the get-go.
Oh.
Well, at least Lino makes it count, you know? Like, it looked for a second that the ball is even going to leave the hoop. There, Ice has a chance to have the final saying before halftime, but doesn't make it count. And as you said, you know, like 17 points to a single player's name, almost the amount that Indonesia currently is holding. That pretty much says everything about this first half. Now, Indonesia, do they have it in them to come back into this? They're not out yet.
It's just tough, man, especially if you're not able to kind of look. You've got to play the perfect second half, right? And it starts here in the third quarter. You got to go ahead and get some buckets. I don't care if it's a 3 or otherwise. You got to get some type of bucket here, get a couple of stops, and just string to, you know, maybe don't turn the ball over. That would help as well. But quick little foul there to slow things down. 34-19 in this one.
First team foul.
Look at. I definitely know I'm going to go and try to get some Krabby Patties after this one.
Yeah.
Maybe the Philippines are as well to celebrate. Who knows, right? I don't know what tradition they've got cooking.
Absolutely.
But here we go.
But look, Indonesia have an opportunity to start fresh here.
Oh,
good attempt, but not going to be good enough. Don Preach, of course, with the rebound defensively this time, though. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂, very sharp pass over to the corner. Straight into the hands of 𝐂𝐄. Don Preach comes in with the screen play. 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐂 tries to play around the 𝐂𝐄, though, picks up the slack and has Ice available if needed. 4 seconds to take the shot. And Philippines, do they want to just make sure they make the shot, or are they playing with their food?
Well, I mean, to me, what I love is the fact that, like, these guards, right, there's no just, like, a spot-up shooter. Like, both of these guards on the Indonesia side, excuse me, on the Philippines side, they're able to create their own shot. They're able to create their own space, get the buckets on themselves as well. They're not relying on just, say, fast break opportunities or just spot-up shooting or just off-ball screens. They're able to have multiple ways, very diversified on their offensive attack, and that's one of the reasons that they've had such a blowout win in game number 2. And also here, so far, it's looking like the same result in game number 3.
Looking good for Philippines, but remember, viewers and players, don't start to celebrate before the final buzzer beats. And as I say that, though, 𝐂𝐄 adds another 2 to the tally of Philippines, and a timeout called by Hayes. And you know what? Timeout call, but I don't see any, well, at least I don't see a lot of words being shared.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, yeah. It's tough.
Hey, perhaps
It's
someone
tough
else was on the
mentality.
mic. We don't know. We don't know.
Hope so.
Nonetheless, Martinho together with 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 looking to see if they can somehow find an opportunity. 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂 just has to go for it. Come on, man. You're bigger than social.
They're going to catch the 3 in the key, though, and you can see the Philippines celebrating, looking at the camera, pointing at the camera as well. They know that they're on stream.
I mean, the Philippines casters must be loving this.
Oh,
you
for
know,
sure.
they have to be going wild.
Who doesn't
at
love
this
a good
point.
comeback story?
Exactly. Social barely manages to keep the ball back in play. 4 seconds on the clock. Fast pass over to him again. Has to go and take the shot. Oh my God. If that would have gone through, I mean, another one of those where I would lose my mind. And as I say that, though, Sinaga on the free throw line. Does get a
Doubling up
point.
to score.
Yeah.
Oh my.
There's really no other way how to present the numbers and what is happening so far in game number 3, grand finals. Indonesia might just not have had enough fuel in the tank for this one. And as I say that, that's a far 2-pointer to put up. Hold up. If they can start building on the back of this, there is still a way back in. There's definitely time for it.
Yeah, you got to cut the deficit down to, say, 10 points by the end of this quarter, right? So you're currently down 18. You got to string together a couple of buckets, maybe get it down to, like, say, 11 or 10 points. But the way it looks of it, it's just gonna be very tough to do it. They're not able to get the stops. The guards on Philippines are just too good and can create their own shots.
Coutinho holding on to it. Looks like wants to make a play himself, and rightly so. Beautiful two-pointer from him. Now, at least on back-to-back offensive plays for Indonesia, they've been able to score, and that was a problem for a very long time. So this is positive signs so far for Indonesia to try and come back into this. Not unless, of course, Miguel Carlos with 𝐂𝐄 together have something to say, as 𝐂𝐄 with the cut play will score another 2.
They just continue to pile it on this one, and that's going to be a quick foul. Miguel, 19 points, 7 dimes, 3 away from a double-double. Don't believe anyone else on the Philippines is at a double-double just yet.
Sinaga, very nice three-pointer from the corner, and definitely something that Indonesia was looking for a very long time. Having said that, though, they have to continue the trend of making each possession end on a positive note for them if they want to come back into this. Don Preach holding on, running down the clock, 45 seconds remaining. This is exactly what Indonesia needs. Passed over to Lino instead of securing the points.
Well, I will say, man, at this point, though, like you're trying to secure threes, right? This is where it's like, all right, look, twos are cool. They might look the scoreboard look better, but threes is what you need, period. Stops and threes. That's the formula now if you're Indonesia.
Hazen has found a lot of success with early steals beforehand. Not so much in this game. If you could throw in a few of those, it might do miracles for your team. Miguel Carlo finds himself wide open to the net. You know, he's not missing those opportunities. 47-29. As Indonesia still trailing by 28 at this stage. Sorry, not 28, 18. There we go. My math was completely off.
That's quite all right. We've been broadcasting for, a little bit of time now. Miguel. See, now they're just trying to eat up the clock, obviously, not just because of the lead, but because of the third quarter. There's like maybe 0.5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. They're looking to eat up as much as possible.
And Social even this opts in to pass it back out. Don Preach asking for a pass, but instead it's Ice to take the shot, 𝐂𝐄 to catch the rebound, and that is going to be the end of third quarter. Claps galore for Philippines supporters, whereas Indonesia, oof, you need to dig deep and you need to start now. 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock to do so.
See what they're able to do here. Using a pick play, calls a cut. Defense is there, but just at a side angle, maybe not in front to where you really want to be if you're going to try to get that contest.
Screen set up for Vertinho, finds himself open to go for the play, and of course he uses that. Takes us down to 18.
Now you're getting double team. You're trying to get the ball across. We've seen that play a couple of times where it does get stolen away by Indonesia.
Yeah, and expect to see quite a few of these reach-in fouls from Indonesia. It's backs against the wall for them, so really nothing to lose by going for these early steal attempts. Miguel Carlo pressuring, rather being pressured by Lino as much as possible. Lino doesn't opt in to go for the reach-in just yet. Wants to see if he can go for a clean steal, but Miguel Carlo again finds himself open. The man is an absolute legend right now.
Way to go ahead and use the pick. Thought he was going in one direction, fooled the defense, went to the left side, hit the open shot. And that deficit that we talked about is right above 20 points once again.
Dan Segori even tries to go for a three-pointer at this stage as the clock shows 3.5 minutes still remaining in the fourth quarter. This is time ticking out for Indonesia, and the longer it goes, the closer it gets to the very end, the longer these plays are going to be from Philippines. They're just going to run down the clock as much as possible, not leave anything up for chance. Ice too fast, even gets a 3-second. They didn't get the shot clock violation. I'm sorry. Hazen, though, tries to go for a three-pointer of his own, and unfortunately that doesn't pan out as he hoped for.
Just tough. Just tough, tough, tough. You get those open looks. Look, now, it's definitely a bit out of reach. There's not much that they can do, but just kind of in the name of the game where they just were communicating not as effectively as you would like. So they had a lot of turnovers on the offensive end, some defensive breakdown as well. Just a perfect storm. And of course, when you got a team like the Philippines who have a lot of trust, who've been playing for so long, it makes it very tough for them to be beaten.
Yeah, it feels like with each consecutive games, Philippines just keeps amping up the pace, and the scoreline says so as well. The first one was close. The second one had a noticeable gap, and in this one, well, it's not a blowout just yet, but Philippines are amping up the pace shortly. It's getting there, right? They're working towards it.
Especially with about 2 minutes left to go in this one. Looking to set a couple of picks, looking to set a screen. But, of course, you see Miguel just looking to milk the clock more than anything.
I mean, you have to go for a steal in a situation like this, no? You can't just allow Miguel Carlo to just stand there and dribble in your face.
If you're the 3, the 4, you got to go ahead and get as many plucks as you can. If they result in fouls, so be it. This is your win or go home in the first place anyway.
Exactly. 𝐂𝐄, though, with the intercept over to Miguel Carlo. Don Preach is there for the rebound if needed. Instead, it's going to be him to score the points. 56-34 now. Minute 40 on the clock. Vertinho starts to feel desperate. And the tension is palpable on the lines of Indonesia. As Vertinho goes for the three-pointer, it's green.
Number 79.
Hazen says, like 10 more of those, please.
Yeah, and like real quick too. Okay, there we go. There we go. There's 9. Got to knock it down, though.
Had a chance. Went for the pump fake. Vertinho isn't wide open. Instead, it's Hazen to put up another one. 16.
Just like we saw in game number 2 of round 3. So not the qualifiers, but just too little too late from Indonesia. Since they dropped that game 2, it just wasn't in their favor anymore. Philippines is just too tough to beat, especially when they know that they could win and be in their home court.
And look at Miguel, just so cheeky, just standing there. He's like, I dare you to go for a reach. And he's just going to dribble past him. A nice sneaky pass over to Ice as well. If you're not fast enough, you can't keep up with the ball. Violation. That is a defensive 3-second violation. You can't give opportunities like this to Philippines. What is going on?
Oh, boy.
Well, that is a sign of endurance, resilience, tenacity, and on top of all things, experience. As Philippines looks like are going to be securing themselves to just, instead of a plane ticket, getting a bus ticket to their local arena on the 11th and 12th of December. As the final seconds are on the clock. And finishing things off with a roughly 20-point lead. Most likely 22 at least. Philippines are going to be securing the W. I don't think I can't think of a scenario where Indonesia can come back into this, right? It's impossible.
No, yeah, I would say yes. Yeah, well, nope, nothing that could happen.
Well, some of the players already are celebrating. Don Preach is saying, hey guys, like someone needs to hold on to the ball.
Someone needs to like move the controller a little bit,
right.
Inbound the ball.
Give it to the coach. Give it to the coach.
That, and imagine,
Imagine losing because of it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say it. Hey, I wasn't going to say it.
Well, there we go. We found a scenario, but it's not the case. Philippines, of course, in true professional style,
was that the
will
coach
play
who
it out
made it?
till the
No.
very end. Social even manages to put up a three-pointer there, plus 25 for Philippines as final seconds on the clock. Dan Tagore even is going to be stopped at the midcourt line. Ice too fast for your eyes as he steals the ball, gives it over to 𝐂𝐄 to take the final shot, and he makes that count as well. Dan Tagore, just a few seconds remaining, letting this one run down. And Indonesia recognized that it's not going to be an upset story this time around, but it is absolutely invaluable experience gain in this grand finals, showing in game number 1 they absolutely can fight toe-to-toe with Philippines. Now, Philippines, though, amping up the pace in the second game, and as you just saw, closing out in a very convincing fashion in the third, just securing their spot in Philippines on the 11th and 12th of this December. So it's just an amazing storyline. I can already see the amount of local people that is going to show up to the event.
Oh, no question about it. Of course, a big congratulations to the Philippines as they become the third team to punch their ticket to the World Cup finals in the Philippines, their hometown. Like you mentioned, the fans, the crowd, the energy will be electric, but they also will get a chance to compete against Saudi Arabia, against New Zealand, and we've got 5 more countries, 5 more nations to go ahead and invite, one of them from North America, South America, and Africa, with, of course, 2 coming from Europe.
Yeah, exactly. Europe is as we spoke in the beginning, is going to be a very interesting sight to behold, but that is still going to come to fruition of actually 2 weeks in time, I think, roughly like that. Next week, we will be still jumping on other regions, but before anything can happen like that, obviously, I hope we're gonna be able to hear from Philippines players themselves how this match went, and I'm more curious to find out, what went down in match number 1 and what do they attribute the loss in the first game to? Because, of course, yes, it was an overtime loss. So that does say something, that they were able at least to regain some control, but nevertheless, Indonesia was able to come out on top in the first one. So I'm very keen to find out what's going on behind the scenes. I'm sure the guys are just still celebrating and receiving probably a lot of text messages, a lot of mentions right now from the fans and family supporting them throughout the beginning of their legacy in the Asian scene as a very established name by now.
Yeah, especially because, there's so many things that these guys and gals sacrifice, right? To not just play the game, but also to be supportive by their family members as well. Because it's a big toll when you're trying to compete at this type of level, when you're trying to compete and be the best of the best, not just within your region, within your country, but in the world as well. So I think a big congratulations is definitely needed from friends and family that have supported their journey throughout this whole process, and I think that's incredible. So, but as we go ahead and line up the interviews, I do have to say, and I'm sure you'd agree as well, as we've talked about, Indonesia, what a great performance. Yes, they fell short, but just it was amazing to go ahead and see the domination that they had. They were so close, just couldn't get over the hill. As we go ahead and take a look at our recap of the schedule of how things went down, you had the best of 2, 3 of them, 3 rounds, 1, 2, and 3, the third one being played today. And of course, the grand finals between Indonesia and the Philippines. It was a bit of a closer game than it might seem, especially with the round 3, but ultimately, I think the better team won.
Yeah, and looking at having that dream of having the perfect run, going through pre-qualifiers without losing a game, and then going through the regional games as well, you saw that actually already yesterday, Philippines was challenged by Mongolia. They made it a very close affair, and perhaps would have made the Philippines to reconsider some of the plays they were making. Now, heading back into today, though, Philippines looked very convincing until that game 1 of grand finals. But let's not wait any longer. Let's jump straight into the interview. We have Jay and the team behind as well on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Jay, a huge congratulations for securing the spot in the grand finals. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, we're pretty stoked, and we're so happy that we made it. And yeah, and first of all, I'm not Jay, sir. I'm
That's fine. There's just so many faces to remember at this stage. It's been a long day for us as well. Perhaps can you elaborate a bit more what happened during that game 1? What do you think was the reason why the score ended up being what it is?
I think that we were pretty stiff that in that game, and we really didn't play our game. And after that, really talked about it, and so yeah, we won it.
Well, tell me about, I see you guys throwing up hearts, and I see you doing this little thing as well. Like, you guys have such great camaraderie. Tell me where that comes from, like that sense of brotherhood. Like, what's that culture like to play in that environment with your brothers next to you?
Basically, it's just the Philippines. Everybody here really loves to compete. So the brotherhood, it's in our culture. So yeah.
Well, I have to ask the traditional and very important question for yourself and also for the team as a whole. What does it mean for you guys that you are able to represent your country on the big stage on the 11th and 12th December?
We're pretty honored that we're going to represent the country, and we're so happy that we got the chance to play and represent Philippines. And I'm just pretty thankful for the management, the coaches, and everybody that's supporting us.
And definitely a huge thank you to eFIBA as well for facilitating an event like this, bringing the whole world together. Any final thoughts, India?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, you got a bunch of people, acting out and things like that. Who's the worst? You know what? Let's start with the worst. Who's the worst dancer? Because they're all like to act it up behind you. Who's the worst dancer from your squad?
That's the worst dancer is this guy, Isaiah.
Nice. Nice. There we go. I just wanted to know that. I just had to ask that question because they're acting in clowns and I respect it. I just had to know. But man, a big congratulations. Obviously, the Philippines, we saw them, come out and show out in Sweden last year. I'm sure you guys are going to have another game plan to go ahead and improve from that performance as well. So big congratulations from all of us, and we look forward to seeing you in your own town.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I love you, India. Love you. He got that name.
Yeah,
that's always
he got it in at the very last second. Well, look, I mean, it has been a very action-packed day and a very action-packed region on that matter across the board for 2 days. We kick things off at the very beginning with Oceania showing what they can bring to the table. And, you already mentioned it at the very beginning, New Zealand with those steel plays. Hey, they came in hot from the very get-go and they kept it through to the very end. Here, though, it was a slightly different affair and it was a closer affair from the beginning. But once Philippines, it seems that once they get on that wave, they ride it till the very end. So I'm very happy to see how things have panned out. And of course, that extra support that they're going to have playing in their home country, surely that must mean the world to them. I think any sportsman can attend to that and say that it means the world to you to play in front of your home crowd, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I see streets filled with posters of NBA 2K Philippines, people just insanely cheerful, as Philippines is a very cheerful nation itself. But on that note, I want to make sure that people use hashtag eFIBA S3 in your social media. Show us how you support your teams. Show us your jerseys, flags, setups. I don't know what else comes to your mind. If you have some sort of maybe we should make a slam dunk contest within NBA 2K between the community people and just use the hashtag to share what special move you have that perhaps some of the professionals can incorporate in their play. Make us wonder how that is possible within NBA 2K. But having said all of that, I think it has been an amazing day, Indy, and it's been a blast to be on the desk with you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, such great games, right? We've been casting for 8 hours. I mean, I just was at the edge of my seat watching every single second, locked in, and it was just amazing to kind of see. I don't know why you're smiling, but it was fun. It was great. It was a great night of basketball, man, and I agree with you. The crowd in the Philippines is going to be amazing, and I will say the fact that he mentioned that the brotherhood is within their culture is just amazing. It speaks to how they were raised as humans, but how they've been brought together as teammates as well. It's incredible to see, and always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Well, on that note, we're going to have to say thank you to everyone who tuned in on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. Make sure to drop a follow if you just stumbled upon the stream and are not following us just yet. Share the info with your friends that more games are yet to come. It's going to be a few days of rest for everyone on the desk here, and we'll be back, I think, on Tuesday when we let me see which countries are we looking up next. Africa is the next region we're going to be jumping to, so it is going to be, I think, myself and India again. So a few days rest and we'll see you shortly.
The passage, you a human being, come and get connected. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up, you do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through, when the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up, when the waves come, rise up, when they knock you, rise up, gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up, when the waves come, rise up, and they knock you, rise up, gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up, up to the tip top. You are not a floor mat or a flip flop. Sometimes the rain comes down, drip drop. Wait, is that flu under hip hop? We could be a little backwards, upside down. Sometimes you will look at us sideways. I love my Lord, he picked us up off the hedges and highways.